Good morning. It's an honor for me to welcome you at the third annual Western Balkan Summit organized by the Bulgarian MEP from the group of ECR, Angel Jambaski. This summit is organized with the cooperation of New Direction Foundation established by Margaret Thatcher as a hub of conservatism. For the second time, IRI is a co-organizer of this event, aiming to establish good practices for governance, development of society and democracy. For the third time, we gather in Sofia to discuss the current events to do with the progress of the countries from the Western Balkans. It's not by chance that we have the summit in Sofia, because during the Bulgarian presidency of the Council of the EU, the EU renewed its efforts to integrate the countries of the Western Balkans. Within today's summit, we will hear the opinion of politicians, diplomats, members of the civil society, and stakeholders from the region as a whole. Unfortunately, since we are in a health emergency, we will hold this summit in an online format, but nevertheless, we expect to have interesting discussions. Without further ado, I would like to present you our host and Vice President of New Direction Foundation, Mr. Angel Jambaski. Thank you, Vlado. Good morning, dear participants and viewers at our third meeting on the Western Balkans. Why are we involved in this topic? We can have an easy answer. Why? Because the Western Balkans, apart from being our immediate neighbors, they are very close to Bulgaria. They are very important for the international relations, foreign relations concerning the European Union. We all know that without the Western Balkans, the EU wouldn't be complete geographically and geopolitically. And this is a very important question. Where are the boundaries of Europe and where are the boundaries of the EU? And these boundaries, should they follow the natural borders of the cultural differences, of the civilization differences, and language and religious boundaries? You know that many geopolitical interests want to influence the Western Balkans. They're outside the EU, and if they're not hostile, they're very competitive actors. You know that around our marine borders, in the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, there are processes which should be observed carefully, and the EU member states should have solid foreign policy there, because what happens around our borders concerns directly the future of the EU and the future of its southern border. When we speak about the Western Balkans, we understand those countries which are yet not members of the EU, and some of them have not started negotiations. The Republic of Serbia, the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Republic of Kosovo. Somebody could comment on the status of the Republic of Kosovo, but Bulgaria has recognized the independence of the Republic of Kosovo, and we take it to be a republic, an independent state. And we maintain good friendly relations with it. The Republic of Albania and, of course, the Republic of North Macedonia. All of these countries have their specificities inside them and between them, between groups of countries in the Western Balkans. You well know the historical burden of this region. You are well aware of how complex the relations between the different countries are and within the countries themselves. If we turn our attention to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and why not the Republic of North Macedonia, there are ethnic and religious relations which are very delicate. They need to be commented on and monitored carefully. In today's summit, we will pay attention to the two main aspects of the relations in the Western Balkans. One of them is the EU perspective, and the other one is the NATO perspective and our transatlantic relations. Of course, I'm going to comment on the difference between the two types of relations. While for us, for the VMRO and for the ECR, the transatlantic relations are without an alternative. Our partners' relations are without an alternative, due to which we supported unequivocally um, some countries to join NATO. When speaking about the EU, things are different from the viewpoint of the clarification of all international and bilateral relations. You have heard a lot lately. Higher propaganda, pressure on Bulgarian society from abroad. You hear the wrong thesis that Bulgaria should not comment and should not have any pretenses on neighboring countries when we speak about EU membership. This is not true. This is um, done by hostile propaganda, and we'll hear from the deputy vice premier and the Minister of Defense, Krasimir Karakachanov, who is also the chair of VMRO. He will also participate in the conversation what the Bulgarian position is with regard to the Republic of North Macedonia joining the EU and why this position is the position of the Bulgarian government and of society is politically correct and society is behind it. We're going to speak about the language of hatred in Skopje and the hate speech in the media in Bulgaria as well. Some of these media um, publish influence servicing foreign geopolitical models which are hostile to Bulgarian society and NATO and the EU, but we'll speak about it at the end of today's summit. You will hear the statements and the opinions of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Madam Zakharieva. You will hear the position of the Bulgarian Commissioner, Maria Gabriel. You will hear the position of ambassadors, representatives of the IRI, our friends, whom we thank for the close cooperation that we've had with them for 2 years and having common positions on the transatlantic relations. You're going to hear many representatives of NATO, people from the European Parliament, my colleagues, who will express their viewpoint on the topic under discussion. So we are in for an interesting discussion. We hope that you will find it interesting and will make it clearer for you what the position of the ECR is. You will know what our viewpoint are with regard to the Western Balkans. You know all too well that one of the practices in the foreign policy is there are no eternal friends, there are eternal interests. We build on this position from the viewpoint of the current situation and the alliances that we're a part in. This is NATO and the EU. I said that NATO has no alternative for Bulgaria and for the Western Balkans. And this is undoubtedly so, considering what is happening around us, monitoring the behavior of neighboring countries like Turkey. It is a member of NATO, but currently it is a source of pressure in the region. Starting from Libya through Syria to the territorial waters of Cyprus and the occupied territory, illegally I could say. The activities of Turkey in the Black Sea region cause concern. There are activities from the Russian Federation in the Black Sea region. There is a frozen conflict in Moldova, a hot conflict in Ukraine. It is not frozen through the Caucasus. There was a war recently there. And the main foreign powers were the Republic of Turkey and the Russian Federation through Georgia with two frozen conflicts. So for Bulgaria, and we can have no doubt that we need to develop and strengthen the defense capabilities of Bulgaria and all the countries part of NATO, Bulgaria, Romania, Greece, which has decent defense capabilities due to numerous geopolitical reasons, but Bulgaria and Romania should restore, renew our defense capabilities to buy modern defense equipment and such units, military units, which could adequately be used to protect our sovereignty, territorial integrity, and to protect the common interests among the countries from NATO. This is the reason Bulgaria supported Albania and the Republic of North Macedonia to join NATO so that we could participate in halting foreign propaganda, if not to say, I'm not going to mention hostiles in order to be more diplomatic, among which I missed mentioning the special activity, strong activity of China on the Balkans. Let's not forget that these activities are not only commercial in their nature. So all of the countries from the Western Balkans joining NATO is without an alternative. Of course, in the long term, they should also join the EU, but only after all bilateral relations are clarified and all issues are settled to do with still open public relations based on false foundations imposed as a result of the peace agreements after the First World War. We hope that we'll be able to develop this in our discussion today, which will be of use for each one of you. I hope that you participate actively, share the public streaming in all social media. I hope you can watch us in the social media in Facebook, YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. There will be Instagram and Twitter posts of parts of this conference. I expect you to be active and to comment on all of the topics we are discussing in all these social media. I hope that you get a satisfactory information and hear useful theses with regard to the external, internal policies in Bosnia-Herzegovina, Albania, the Republic of North Macedonia, and in the Republic of Serbia. The panelists we have selected are with huge professional experience, have a rich background, they have defendable positions on all of the topics under discussion. We still have some time, but I would like to get back to the video welcome speech on the part of the one of the deputy prime ministers. Thank you, Mr. Jambaski. You explained why we're here today in the best way. You outlined in a very good way how our discussion will flow today. You mentioned the topics under discussion during this conference, and I would like to add that those of you who are watching this can use the hashtag #ResetEU, and you'll be able to watch this on the webpage of New Direction Foundation and through the live streaming. And now Ekaterina Zakhareva will have a keynote speech. She's a foreign minister and deputy prime minister, and she has turned into a traditional participant in our conference. For sure, we will look for her opinion in the future as well. Mrs. Zakhareva.
България винаги е била един от най-силните поддръжници на европейската перспектива на страните от Западни Балкани. Не случайно, по време на първото си председателство на съветът, основен приоритет беше да върнем тази европейска перспектива високо в дневния ред на Европейския съюз. За първи път от 15 години беше проведен форум на високо ниво Европейски съюз, страни Западни Балкани в София. Блокирания почти 2 години процес подобрение на заключенията по разширяване беше преодолян и след почти 13-часов съвет успяхме да приемем заключение с изключително силен текст в подкрепа на всичките 6 страни. И присъединяването е много важно да подчертая двустранен процес. От една страна, страните от Западни Балкани трябва да полагат всички усилия, не само на хартия, но и на практика, да се приближат към ценностите на Европейския съюз. Тези ценности трябва да станат основна част от тяхната политика и основополагащ принцип в реформите им. Аз приветствам усилията, които полагат всичките тези страни. И съм много благодарна и на държавите членки от Европейския съюз, които поредица от председателства, почти 2 години и половина по-късно, продължават да поставят тази перспектива много високо в техните приоритети. Не случайно Европейския съюз беше и тази организация, която подаде ръка на страните от Западни Балкани в трудния момент, особено в началото, тогава, когато липсваха защитни маски, облекла, лекарства, тогава, когато икономиките ни бяха блокирани в първите месеци на кризата, предизвикана от пандемията от COVID-19. България беше една от страните, които много бързо успя да пренапише буквално приоритетите си по помощта за развитие и да предостави защитни облекла, помощи за най-засегнатите семейства в всичките страни от Западни Балкани. България всъщност беше една от малкото с отворени граници съседни държави, през която успяхме да помогнем на хиляди граждани на тези страни, тогава, когато границите ни бяха затворени, да стигнат до домовете си. И мога да ви уверя, че тази подкрепа ще продължава. Само че тази подкрепа никога не е била безусловна. Много държим на това да развиваме добросъседски отношения, както помежду си в Европейския съюз, така и с страните от Западни Балкани. И за съжаление ще отбележа, че Република Северна Македония не оцени нашите приятелски добронамерени действия и неглижира предупрежденията ни относно неспазване на договора за добросъседство, приятелство и сътрудничество от тяхна страна. Поради този факт бяхме заставени да не одобрим текста на проекта на преговорна рамка с Република Северна Македония. Но въпреки всичко оставаме с надежда, оставаме конструктивни и отворени за диалог и вярваме, че заедно с колегите от Скопие ще намерим изход от тази ситуация. Разбира се, това надявам се да стане по-лесно след успокояване на емоциите и намаляване на езика на омразата към България, който през последните месеци е в безпрецедентно високи нива. Искам да приветствам процеса, който отбеляза Черна гора, която прие новата методология по разширяване, като всички глави, по които се преговаря, са отворени, а 3 са временно затворени. Ние винаги сме помагали на властта в Подгорица чрез проделяне на своя опит, когато черногорската страна го е поискала. Отбелязваме и положително, че Сърбия също прие новата методология по разширяване, като е отворила 18 от общо 35 преговорни глави, а временно е затворила 2. Надяваме се, че правителството в Белград ще продължи да извършва реформи, с което да продължи по пътя на присъединяване в по-бързо темпо, нещо, което вярвам, че нашите приятели в Белград желаят. Отчитаме и активните усилия на Албания в посока провеждане на необходимите реформи за изпълнение на критериите за членство. Считам, че принципът на собствените заслуги е много важен. Следва да има водещо значение за скоростта на напредъка в процеса по разширяване. Затова ние подкрепихме текста на преговорната рамка за Албания и сме готови да дадем съгласие за неговото приемане в момента, в който той е включен в дневния ред на Европейския съвет. Босна и Херцеговина полага наистина много усилия. Сигурността и стабилността в региона винаги са били от стратегическо значение за нас. Затова подкрепяме дейността на Европейската операция ОТЕЯ, както и удължаване на мандата на мисията на Съвета за сигурност на ООН. От първостепенно значение за европейското бъдеще на Босна и Херцеговина е своевременното прилагане и реализиране на приоритетите, посочени в становището на Европейската комисия, с цел до края на следващата година и Босна и Херцеговина да получи статут на кандидат за членство. Ние вярваме, че няма как и не бива да има сиви зони в Европа, тъй като всички сме част от едно общо европейско семейство. Затова и считам, че трябва да има тясно сътрудничество между Европейския съюз и Косово. Приветствам усилията на специалния представител на Европейския съюз и моя бивш колега Амир Лайчак за намиране на решение по диалогът Белград-Прищина и го подкрепям във всичките му усилия. Считам, че Европейския съюз, за съжаление, не изпълни поетия ангажимент към гражданите на Косово за визова либерализация, което ще доведе и до задълбочаване на човешките връзки. И ще работя активно и вярвам, че това все пак е възможно скоро. В заключение искам да споделя, че 2020 година е една от най-тежките години, през които се е сблъскало човечеството. И се надявам да ни е дал един важен урок. А именно, че доверието, солидарността и приятелството са основата, върху която трябва да градим своите отношения. Сме толкова взаимно свързани, че няма как да преодоляваме тежките предизвикателства, без да имаме това тясно сътрудничество. Благодаря за вниманието и успешна конференция. Радвам се, че организаторите и в тази тежка година успяха да ни съберат и да ни организират.
Thank you, Madam Zahareva, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Her position on the talks with the Republic of North Macedonia can be applauded and admired because, it is diplomatic but firm at the same time because it focuses on the key things, and they are very simple. If there is a dispute between Republic of Bulgaria and the Republic of North Macedonia, it is only because the Skopje authorities do not implement the Good Neighborly Relations Treaty, which was signed 3.5 years ago. And this time was wasted deliberately by some circles in Skopje that do not want the cohesion between Bulgaria and North Macedonia to happen, and they don't want North Macedonia to be part of the European Union. We have warned throughout all this time that unless this treaty is implemented, the negotiations cannot be launched. Well, it is discussed widely now that Bulgaria imposed a veto. No, it's not true. Bulgaria did not agree on the first conference discussing the accession of North Macedonia. Bulgaria has all its legal reasons for that. You know that treaties are signed in order to be complied with. You know that the treaty should be implemented by both sides. If there is non-implementation, if there is sabotage, if there is not, if there is no goodwill on one of the sides, well, Bulgaria cannot ignore this. This is the basis of the Bulgarian position. Very wrongfully, inside Bulgaria and outside Bulgaria, people are trying to distort the truth and try to present the Bulgaria's position as hostile, that Bulgaria does not accept the self-definition, self-identification of the people in North Macedonia. But this is not true. No one in Bulgaria challenges the right of self-determination of anyone. We just insist on political and historical accuracy when we are talking about events that happened before 1944 and when we are talking about the determination of figures, historical figures that are part of Bulgarian history and fight for national liberation. So that's why Minister Zahareva should be applauded for this, but her role in strengthening the process of the accession of the Western Balkan countries. She also mentioned Montenegro, and I missed to mention Montenegro at the beginning because it has become almost fully integrated with the European Union, but there are influences, of course, coming from Belgrade or from Moscow that are preventing it from becoming a full member of the European Union. But I'm sure that those issues can be overcome and Montenegro will find its place in the European Union. And the same goes for the Republic of Albania. The citizens of Albania have our strong support towards accession, and this is true for Kosovo as well. My observations from the previous mandate, when I was also a member of the Foreign Policy Committee, I visited Pristina, I talked to many people in Kosovo, and all this showed the efforts of the society there to rearrange their domestic legislation in Kosovo so that Kosovo can be part of the European Union. I think the societies in Albania and in Kosovo are very much pro-European. We don't know much about them. They have always been in the shadow of other relations, but they are very much pro-West, pro-European, and they have their historical reasons for that. If you look at the history of the region in 1915, 1918, 1940, 41, you will understand why things are developing in this way. That's why our discussion today is so important. That's why our panelists today, the people who will be introduced to you. I'm looking at my phone because I'm expecting the connection very soon. We will have a connection with Brussels, with NATO, with Sweden, far away from here, and my colleagues that I will introduce to you just in a couple of minutes when we were going to have a discussion. But I just want to finish my thoughts on North Macedonia. Of course, nobody in Bulgaria is against EU membership of the Republic of North Macedonia. But first, they should stop hate speech against Bulgaria, and when this practice of presenting Bulgarians in a very offensive way, when this stops, when the history textbooks remove those texts, against Bulgarians, only then we can accept their membership. And now I'd like to introduce the guests, the panelists, and I will give the floor to them. I'll start with His Excellency Astrid Zemaj, Ambassador of the Republic of Kosovo in Brussels, the Kingdom of Belgium. He's a diplomat from Kosovo. He has an MA in Economy and International Relations. In 2009, he was appointed the General Consul of the Republic of to the Republic of Germany, and later chargé d'affaires in the Embassy of Kosovo in Germany. Once again, dear viewers, participants, we are saying the Republic of Kosovo because Bulgaria has recognized Kosovo as an independent state. We also have with us Mr. Jan Surochek, Director of the Transatlantic Strategy, the International Republican Institute. They're a very important partner, and we wouldn't have had a real discussion without them. Mr. Surochek joins the Republican Institute in 1994, and now he's the Senior Director on the Transatlantic Strategy. He leads the regional programming of the Institute, which is focused on the key threats to the alliance, to democratic society. He was a municipal councillor in Argyle, Pennsylvania. He has a master's degree in law and diplomacy from the Fletcher College and also international relations in the Bethlehem University in Pennsylvania. We have with us Jacqueline Doe, head of the Political Affairs and Security Policy Division at the NATO headquarters. She has worked in many areas of the organization, the deployment of NATO on the Balkans, also women, peace, security, and she has a degree in international relations, French, and management. And last but not least, my colleague and friend Charlie Weimers, MEP from the Swedish Democrats. He is representing the ECR in the European Parliament, is member of the Foreign Affairs Committee at the European Parliament, and he's also a member of the delegation on the relations with the US. He works on illegal migration from the Middle East, and also he's a very good friend of mine. Здравейте всички госпожи и господа. Много благодаря.
Of Belgium to make his statement. Your Excellency, good morning. Please, you have around 15-20 minutes on your statement. Our first panel is named Strengthening Transatlantic Engagement in the Western Balkans. Please, good morning. The floor is yours.
Well, morning. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. You're on there.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you very much. It's a great opportunity to talk here with you today, and thanks again for the honor and invitation. I would like to say hi to all the panelists and the Excellency, Her Excellency Foreign Minister of Republic of Bulgaria for her statement. Thanks again. Well. We are talking about the importance today, how important it is to fulfill this gap, let's say it so, of the Western Balkans to bring to the European Union, and how important it is for the peace, security, and stability in the region. I think that the European Union is only then completed if the Western Balkan it's going to be the part of it. In this matter, we are Republic of Kosovo. It's doing a great job in the last 20 and the third decade now, right after the Kosovo War, and over 12 years now as an independent and sovereign country. And the government of Kosovo has confirmed its strategic commitment to the European Union's path, and has shown exceptional commitment and efforts to cross the board in meeting of all obligations deriving from SAA as the most important international agreement for the country. Kosovo as well has proactively aligned with the EU's common foreign and security policy. So in this matter, it's very important the whole transatlantic process, and we are very happy that we consider ourselves and a partner of the European Union and the NATO. And of course, we call again to the 5 non-recognizer within the European Union to do so, to take a step like the majority of the European countries did, to recognize the Republic of Kosovo as an independent and sovereign state. I have to stop and thank again Her Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Bulgaria, about the support, not only hers, but the whole nation and your country for the independence and all the process that my country went through. And the commitment about the visa liberalization and the support in that matter. It's very sad that the Republic of Kosovo is the only country in the Western Balkan that we do not have this visa liberalization process, and it's very sad to see the young generation being born in now already in third decade after the Kosovo War, being the only country and only youth, let's say so, being isolated from the Western European, in European Union. It is important for us, this process, because it has a big impact, not only in the minds of the people, but in the culture, in the economy, and all the process that is related to that. Another side, let me point that out, that the majority of people of Kosovo who are registered in our register, civil register, Republic of Kosovo, over 1 million of them, they already live in the Western European countries, and they have, they live in the third generation. They have passports and visa free movement. But in other side, we are discriminated only the people who are in Kosovo. To the process of dialogue that was mentioned before, we did, and the Republic of Kosovo showed the full commitment on that, and the only solution in this matter, it's that the mutual recognition of both countries and the final agreement between the Serbia and Republic of Kosovo. As you know, we did make very big progress on that. Our Prime Minister met the President of Serbia a couple of times, and the delegation in the technical level. They did have a few meetings here in Brussels, and the last one was just a couple of days ago. But as Prime Minister Hoti, the Prime Minister of Republic of Kosovo, said, it's no alternative to the dialogue, and that's going to go on. And we are fully supportive to that, and we appreciate the help that Mr. Lajczak and his commitment on that matter. To the security or the peace and security in the region, I think that one day soon Kosovo should be part of the NATO. We have as you know, we have a presence of NATO in Kosovo through KFOR, but to be a partner and to be part of it, it's one of our goals. In this matter, Kosovo is deeply concerned about Serbia's increasing purchases of armament from Russia and China, as well as threats it has been making for war or for war in Kosovo. Russian influence in the region has greatly increased through Serbia and its proxy, which is why an increased presence of the US and NATO, EU and NATO is extremely important in the region. I mean, Serbia is all surrounded with NATO members, and in one of the countries in the Western Balkan we have a NATO presence here in Kosovo for the peace and stability in the region. I don't know who are they threatening, and this is not a good move. On one side we talk about peace, stability, dialogue, and process. In other side we are giving such kind of examples that do not bring nothing good to that. So I'm going to stop right now here. So if we have another question, I'm going to be open for you and give the floor to the other panelists. Thanks again, and I'm going to stay and see then if it's any question direct in the matter of Republic of Kosovo.
Thank you, really, Your Excellency, Ambassador Zemaj. You can be sure we have a lot of questions for you, but it will be a little bit later. Please allow me just a brief comment on 2 points you mentioned already. First of all, regarding visa liberalization. A number of times we voted in our Committee for Foreign Affairs in European Parliament in favor of this visa liberalization, and number of times there were, I can say, a big enough support for this. Unfortunately, there are still some countries who are, let's say, a little bit backstopping this process. But I hope it will find some fair solution, because right now the situation is unjust and unfair regarding citizens of Republic of Kosovo, the only one who need visa to visit other European countries. And I fully share, let's say, your questions regarding foreign influence, especially military influence from third parties in the region, mainly in Serbia. And now we are moving to Mr. Jan Suročak, as I said, Director of Transatlantic Strategy of the International Republican Institute. Good morning, Mr. Suročak. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good to see everybody. Charlie, great to see you. Wish we could be together. Hope we will be again sometime. Let me also, if I can, just at the outset say thanks to New Direction, to Tomasz Poręba and the rest of the board there, and to Witold and the entire management team, as well as to Anna Fotyga and the party and the ECR group, and Martin Filipov and his colleagues on the staff there. You know, the partnership with New Direction and the ECR is important to us at IRI for many, many reasons, which I won't go into right now. Other than to say, we have many coincidences in the future of the transatlantic relationship, many similar perspectives on the future of our political party systems, which are challenged across the transatlantic space, and I think a fundamentally common set of core values that shape we all look at the world. Mr. Jambaski, благодаря for hosting us virtually. I really hope that next year we can do this in person, and that maybe I can even get some skiing done up on Vitosha if the conditions are good. So I'll be super brief this morning by way of introduction so that we have more time for questions later. Let me just make 3 opening points about why the Western Balkans matter to us at IRI and why I think they matter more broadly in U.S. foreign and security policy, and why we are always looking for new ways to engage with our partners there. First, it may seem a little bit superficial to say, but I think it still needs to be said. In far too many ways, the Western Balkans represent unfinished business. And I think, life tells us that unfinished business almost always opens the door to confusion and to troublemaking. And so we really need to just finish the plans that we laid out for ourselves and for the region back in the 1990s. A couple of us have already talked about the EU and NATO accession processes and the various hurdles that countries in the region still face here. I'm not going to go into any of those in detail, other than to say that my sort of defining experience in the accession process for both the EU and NATO was I'm coming to you today from Bratislava, was here in Bratislava in the 1990s, when the most effective way to help move candidate member countries toward full accession was when the United States and the European Union and the member states of the Union all sent the same messages at the same time. I think we do a disservice to the potential member states, to candidate member states, when the United States and the EU send different, sometimes conflicting messages that allow forces inside the candidate countries who maybe don't have as significant an interest in full membership to make trouble and to open gaps and to play the United States off against the European Union and the member states. That is a situation that doesn't lead to progress for anybody, and I think we have to be very, very careful not to go down that path. It's unfinished business, of course, also because of the lingering results of the wars in the 90s and the challenges that these present even today across the space, not only with regard to international relations, but also with regard to domestic governance. We see that in any number of countries in the space. I would remind people that although Bosnia-Herzegovina just went through municipal elections, the city of Mostar still has not had municipal this year and hasn't for a significant number of years. These kinds of governance failings and weaknesses represent more of the unfinished business of the 1990s that we in the United States and the European Union need to find a way to correct. The democratization process is also uneven across the region. So IRI, as you may know, is one of America's 2 big nonprofit democracy assistance organizations. We and NDI are expanding our efforts across the space. You may consider it counter to a narrative that you've heard about the United States over the last 4 years, but the budget kind of work that both we and NDI do in Europe and in the Balkans have gone nowhere but up. So this has allowed IRI to reopen our office in Belgrade just this past year. We are reopening our office in Tirana and looking very much forward to being more actively engaged in Albania. And we will be opening an office in the new year in Pristina, which will be the time ever that IRI has been represented there. So there's this whole category of unfinished business that I think we are looking for ways to find a way to resolve together with our partners in Europe. Second, I think we need to be clear. The Western Balkans are strategically important to both the United States and to Europe. but also to outside actors that don't have the same kind of vision for the future of this. I think this is quite clear with regard to the defense relationship between the United States and important countries such as Bulgaria and Romania, which have become increasingly important players from the perspective of the US and NATO. But it's also true with regard to the increasingly negative role that Tayyip Erdogan's Turkey is playing on the ground in the Western Balkans, but also on the water in the Eastern Mediterranean. Looking at it from where we sit, from the U.S. also, I think it's crucially important that all three peninsulas that border the northern side of the Mediterranean, the Iberian, the Italian, and the Balkan peninsulas, all be dominated by stable, successful, productive, democratic systems. That's, over the long term, the only way that we can prevent the kind of destabilizing activities that Ankara is undertaking from having effect. And here too, IRI has restructured the way it handles the territory. We have relocated staff to Rome. We will be increasingly focused on Greece and Cyprus and work in the Eastern Med because I think it's clear that there are important effects that can be had in stabilizing the Eastern Med when the Western Balkans, Greece, and Italy all are stable and contributing democracies. Third, looking more globally, the Western Balkans are, as has been said, also an increasing area of focus, not only for the Russian Federation, but also for the Chinese Communist Party and, the government it controls in Beijing. Over the course of the last 2 years, IRI has done a significant amount of study work on the growing Chinese influence in Serbia and Greece, among other places in Europe, through something that it calls its Bridge Project. And we are now expanding our work among parliamentarians in the ECR group and family, in the EPP family, and in the ALDE family, to take a look at how perspectives among elected officials, both in the national parliaments and in the European Parliament, on China have been evolving, so that we can understand how best to provide support to the parties that we work with and to the NGO community that serves as watchdogs over the kind of influence, negative influence, we believe, that China has been engaging in, perhaps most visibly in the space in Serbia. So all of these areas offer, I think, excellent opportunities for the US and the EU and individual member states to cooperate and finally move all of the Western Balkans over the line toward full and final integration into the various systems of the transatlantic community. We are very committed to our partnerships with our sister parties and foundations like New Direction in Brussels, as well as with all of the party foundations and party institutes in the various partner party families in Western Europe as well. We at IRI have restructured even the way we are staffed to deal with these questions. Mr. Jambowski, you mentioned my title as a Director of Transatlantic Security. That's something new for us. We believe that it makes an important statement in the way that we look at the issues that we're facing, because, in fact, the issues that we face across the transatlantic space, whether it is dealing with Russia and China, or whether it is dealing with the evolution of our political party structures. We are all facing, I think, the same challenges, and the way we resolve them is by working more effectively together. So I hope that in the Q&A session today, we can talk a little bit about more specific ways that it's possible for us to do that. So thank you again, Blagodaria, and I look forward to the discussion later.
Thank you, Mr. Surochek. Of course, you are very welcome to visit us in Bulgaria. We hope so to have you as soon as pandemic is gone. There are at least 3 other places with excellent conditions for ski, so you're very welcome. Thank you for your open marks. Now we are moving to Jacqueline Doe, as I said, head of the Partnership West Political Affairs and Security Policy Division of Headquarters of NATO. Good morning, Jacqueline. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. You are.
Okay, great. I did have a few connection problems earlier. And I thank you very much for correcting my title, because in the introduction it was said I was the head of the Political Affairs and Security Policy Division. That honour lies with my boss, Ambassador Bettina Kadenbach from Germany, so I wouldn't like to give the impression that I'm something that I'm not. I'm going to give the NATO perspective, and I hope it's not too bureaucratic a perspective, but I felt it was important to show what NATO was doing in the region. I assume a lot of you already know what NATO is doing in the region, but I wanted to put it in this perspective of this panel. And actually much of what I was going to say, which I guess is reassuring in a way, has some of it has already been said by the two previous speakers, which would seem to suggest there's a convergence of views, which is always good. So let me say, first of all, that for us, from the NATO perspective, obviously the Western Balkans is a region of strategic importance. The benefits of European and Euro-Atlantic integration, I think, are absolutely clear. The integration strengthens security, it facilitates cooperation, it facilitates peaceful coexistence, and last but not least, it increases the attraction for foreign investors. It's only by having a stable region, I think, that we can give the people of the region what they manifestly want. And over the past 25 years, my organization, NATO, has used a combination of tools. We've used political dialogue, we've used practical cooperation, our partnership policies, to help stabilize the region and to anchor it very firmly within the European and the Euro-Atlantic structures. And to the extent that obviously 5 Western Balkan countries, most recently North Macedonia, have become NATO allies. So the success of what we call our open door policy has brought in these new members, which means that currently for us in the Western Balkans region, we have 2 NATO partner countries there, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia. And of course, we have the KFOR troops on the ground in Kosovo. But I intended in this just to focus a little bit on the partnerships with Bosnia and Serbia and the kind of support we provide to them, which is obviously with the aim of facilitating the reform path and their integration into the structures we're talking about. But I have to say at the outset that our 2 partner countries are very different, one from the other. And also they have a partnership with NATO on a very different footing. And apologies if I'm preaching to the converted, but just to be absolutely clear that Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2010 was invited to join the Membership Action Plan, i.e. to put them on the path potentially to eventual NATO membership. Serbia, of course, has a completely different relationship with us, and quite a complex and complicated one for very many reasons. But it's been a partnership for peace since 2006, and it's always made very clear that it has no intention of seeking NATO membership. NATO-Serbia relations are based on a mutually accepted partnership framework, and our relationship with Serbia fully respects Serbia's foreign and defense policy orientations. And of course, both the partner countries are candidates for EU accession. So I just wanted to say, within these 2 different constructs, within the 2 different partnership frameworks, how did we, as NATO, provide support for the democratic path of each? Obviously, we focus on what we tend to think of as our niche capability, which is obviously military, defense, security sector reform. So within that, we carry out partnership activities with each in areas such as security sector reform, good governance, democratic control of the armed forces, capacity building, resilience, public diplomacy. There's a huge number of areas of cooperation which we undertake with all our partners, but at the moment I'm talking about Bosnia and Serbia. And this obviously is in addition to such areas as military interoperability and joint training and exercises. And as well as the more practical cooperation, of course, we support our partners through political engagement, high-level political dialogue, political discussions, meetings, political consultation, which is a very important part of building a relationship with a country. I mean, political dialogue, you can't quantify it and you can't put it in a little box and say this is what we've achieved, but it's a very important part of creating a relationship and fostering, I won't say interdependence, but fostering a good climate of mutual cooperation. And if I can just give one example of capacity building in the Balkans that we do, which I think is appropriate to what we're discussing today, that's our Building Integrity program, which provides practical tools to help nations strengthen integrity, transparency, and accountability, and obviously to reduce the risk of corruption in the defense and security sector. And I would say that both Bosnia and Serbia have been very active participants in this program for quite a long time. And in terms of military cooperation, I would just say with Serbia that we have a huge number of military activities and exercises, which we undertake with the Serbian Armed Forces as an organization, but also with individual NATO allies. And that has helped ensure, I think, that the Serbian Armed Forces are interoperable when they're put on, as they do quite frequently, when they go on EU and UN operations. And similarly, we've worked with the Bosnian Armed Forces, and we've helped to support defense reform efforts there. Still very much a work in progress, as someone, unfinished business, as someone alluded to this phrase earlier. I just wanted to say there was just two examples of the kind of cooperation and training we provide. We work, of course, very closely with regional actors, and we work very closely with the European Union within the institutional limitations we all know about. We work to promote democratic values, as I said, the rule of law, reconciliation, domestic reforms, and good neighbourly relations, all of which are vital if the region is to achieve irreversible progress. So that's a small part of what we do, but as the second part of the question, I think that was asked, what do we need to do more? Where do we need to show more dynamism? And again, touching on what the previous speaker said, I think despite the very real progress of the last 25 years, the situation remains fragile. National institutions are polarized, reform processes are incomplete, and inter-ethnic tensions, inter-ethnic relations can be tense. And very recently, we've seen various political leaders using aggressive rhetoric, derogatory language against neighbors. And then on top of all that, we've had the COVID pandemic this year, which I think in some ways COVID has made very clear the challenges we face. It's magnified existing trends and tensions, and it has brought into focus, I think, the areas in which we're going to have to give more focus. Primarily, there are two that I would highlight, and they're not new. One of them has been highlighted by a previous speaker. Disinformation, which I don't want to go into details on because I know it's the subject of a separate panel. But I think here that it's no doubt an area which we're going to have to address. It's always been a challenge, I think, in the Western Balkans, but the COVID pandemic has introduced an additional layer and has perhaps brought it to the fore more clearly than would otherwise have been the case. And then outside influence. We've seen outside actors, third parties, exercising increasing influence in the region through a whole variety of different tools, including political messaging, cyber hybrid operations, disinformation, as well as large levels of economic investment in some areas. So along with all the cooperation and the reform packages, which we must continue to work on, and we must continue to focus on and to work as the international community together on, I think we also need to do very much more on our communications role. We need to communicate better. The international community, the Euro-Atlantic institutions, we need to ensure that we have coherent, consistent messages and that they are heard very clearly by the people in the region. We need to push back against the inflammatory rhetoric we've been hearing, and we need to continue to press for the political reforms which will be necessary to enable the institutions to function properly. What are we doing on this from the NATO angle? We are trying to strengthen the coherence and credibility of the alliance. We've tried to make very clear what we've done this year in terms of COVID assistance to the region. We've tried to strengthen our messages by increasing what we do in the headquarters we have in Sarajevo and in Belgrade, the office that we have in Belgrade. We've tried to make more uniform messaging, more strategic communication, as I say, trying to get our message across more clearly, that we need to continue to push the reform efforts, and we need to continue to highlight the benefits of European and Euro-Atlantic integration, which, as I said at the beginning, strengthens security and stability, facilitates cooperation, peaceful coexistence, and increases the attraction for investment. And if the region comes up, the hemorrhaging of young people that we're seeing from some of the regions there will stop, because they see their future there, as I say, anchored in Europe and the Euro-Atlantic institutions. And I think I'll stop there, and I'm happy to take questions later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. And now, last but not least, colleague of mine, and I can say good friend of mine, Charlie Weimers, member of European Parliament, Swedish Democrats, part of Foreign Affairs Committee, and a member with a very visible position on migration, common defense, and common, let's say, organization of defense of our external borders. Good morning, Charlie. Can you hear us?
Good morning, Angel, and thank you for that very kind introduction. I'm very glad to be part of this distinguished panel, and this is an issue with which I've been working for quite many years. I did my first visit to the Balkans already at a very young age, and today, my ambition is to present a Euro-realist perspective on this issue. So please bear with me. A peaceful and prosperous Western Balkans guided by the rule of law, that is an interest shared by many, not all, and we are very aware of that. And thus, the EU should work with all countries that actually want to support these countries' development in a positive direction, in order also to counter those forces who want to destabilize. We need to strengthen democratic institutions, anti-corruption bodies, and to fight organized crime. However, during the previous mandate in the European Parliament, I advised the EPP shadow rapporteur for Kosovo, and that gave me a first-hand understanding of the complexity of the EU Western Balkans endeavor, as well as insights into the thinking at the other end of the table. The EU-lex corruption allegations showcased how well-intentioned efforts to support rule of law could be utterly counterproductive. When vast amounts of euros are being poured into a poor state, such as Kosovo, it will lead into temptation. This is what we saw. And I saw that the implementation of anti-corruption legislation was more sluggish than we hoped for, and sometimes seems to be done only when it could lead to visa liberalization for Kosovo. And don't misunderstand me here. This is not a plea against visa liberalization, but I saw the instrumentalization of these legislative efforts, and that was somewhat disconcerting for me. So instead of being a goal in itself, rule of law became this instrument for attaining other political goals. Why is that so disconcerting? Well, without a willingness to scrutinize its own culture of corruption, rule of law reforms risk be only window dressing. Indeed, there are those who claim that not even these rule of law reforms would take place in Western Balkans without the prospect of EU membership. And to them, I say this: do you really think that the EU will be able to change this when these countries have become full members of the Union? Have you not noted that certain Central European countries appear notably more corrupt than when they joined in 2004, according to the World Bank's worldwide governance indicators? EU membership is not a panacea, and the EU has to be straight with the countries of Western Balkans. The EU can and will extend its support, but the responsibility rests on these countries themselves. The EU will work with the US to promote a Western-oriented Western Balkans, free from undue foreign interference. The EU will not be jealous when the US pays attention to the Western Balkans, and its behavior of this summer during in conjunction to the White House summit between Kosovo and Serbia, that behavior of the EU will not be repeated. The EU will trade with Western Balkans, aiming to support strong property rights, free enterprise, and to involve Western Balkan companies in EU value chains. But whether this will happen depends on Western Balkans countries themselves and their priorities. Just take Serbia as an example. They just struck a trade deal with the Eurasian Economic Union. And if you look at the figures, we know that Serbian trade with the EU amounts to 63% of Serbia's exports. Trade with Russia amounts to less than 10%. EU investments in Serbia are 10 times higher than Russia's. The European Union cannot tell Serbian leaders to do the math and figure out their country's way to prosperity. They've got to do it themselves. But EU enlargement is not going to solve many of the problems of the Balkans. Angel, you mentioned hate speech in northern Macedonia. We have Serbian hopes for a partition of Kosovo. We have dreams of Great Albania. And the everlasting fragility of Bosnia-Herzegovina, as mentioned by Jan, and the lack of elections in Mostar. This is the responsibility of Western Balkans political leaders. And we must avoid a situation where the EU becomes a pawn in Balkans disputes. And the recent example of regional issues leading to EU gridlock was Cyprus, when they blocked sanctions against Lukashenko in a push for sanctions against Turkey. I mean, I'm in favor of sanctions against Turkey, heavily so. But I'm not in favor of importing regional problems and letting them create a gridlock within the European Union. So enlargement should not be seen as a goal in itself. It's only one of several tools through which the EU and the transatlantic community can shape Western Balkans. Fighting disinformation and foreign influence, for instance, through counter disinformation initiatives and support of free media can be done without membership. Ultimately, success depends on the establishment of robust governmental institutions that can withstand and fight corruption. And that in turn depends on the willingness of Western Balkans political leaders and citizens to reform their respective national cultures. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie, to be so kind to be with us today. Now, dear participants, we have half an hour. It's not very usual to have such a time for questions and answers, so please take your time. We have time enough to organize a fruitful discussion, I believe. Now, I have some questions, and then we can extend them in different directions. Let's start with a number of questions regarding relations between European Union and United States and NATO. It's not very unusual to discuss in Brussels with our opponents from the federalist side, and they often say that the only way of European defense is a pan-European army. Is it something without NATO or with NATO, and is it possible to have a European army without NATO? This is my first question. Please, you maybe in the same order. you can take the floor. Ambassador Zemay, are you interested to comment this?
Well, yeah, thank you. First, let me thank you again, the European Parliament. I saw the draft report about the visa lip and the recommendation. It's a great deed that you did, and the colleagues, all the colleagues, and the recall again through another amendment to the 5 non-recognizers to do so, to take the step. And thanks on that. And the importance of NATO in Western Balkan we consider very important. And it was mentioned from the colleague Weimers that the meeting in Washington, D.C. in the beginning of September, we do not see nothing parallel to the European Union because, as I said before, we are committed for the dialogue here under the mandate and structure of European Union. But for Kosovo, United States, it's a main partner, and you don't see, not even in America itself, more percentage of pro-Americanism than in Kosovo itself. And it is, we never forget everything what they did for the region and for Kosovo itself, for independence. So the meeting in dialogue, it brought perspective, economic perspective to the region, and direct to the countries like Serbia and Kosovo. And it's nothing wrong that in this meeting took part the president of Serbia and Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo. And in the bilateral level, we did have just on that day the announcement of Israel's government to recognize the Republic of Kosovo as a sovereign state. So we do not see this process something against the European Union, but we see something for the peace, as for peaceful and stability. Of course, a lot of things has been done, but only people on the fields know. We are. It is kind of interesting to explain somebody outside of Europe, but actors like you are and the colleagues here who know the Western Balkans and Kosovo, it's very well known. We are not part of the Europe. We are not part of United Nations, but we have UN in Kosovo. We are not part of European Union, but we have ULEX as a mechanism in Kosovo for like over a decade now, and we have a national currency we use as euro. So, but we are not part of NATO, and we have NATO within the Kosovo. So it's very interesting. Somebody in like South America or for Asia to hear such of because people do forget. But on the field, we know how important the parallel Euro-Atlantic integration of the whole Western Balkan in those structures is. And another thing, my personal view, I come from a family who lost a lot in Kosovo War. Lot of family members. What we do believe that only way to come forward is the dialogue. We are committed to that. If the countries right after this Second World War did it, if Germany did it with France and other neighbors to build the future of European Union and all Europe together, we are committed to build the future of Western Balkans. We need help. That's why European Union and the partners, they should fill this gap, because if you don't fill this gap, who has the interest to jump in? And this is, I see the risk in the next decades. Of course, the panelists, they mentioned the role of Russia and the fake news around, and the influence of economic influence of Chinese in the region. And that's why, or the other interest, let's say south of Turkey. So let's work together, fulfill this gap, and move further with European integration and Euro-Atlantic integration of the Western Balkans. Another thing that we are committed for peace, for stability, it is the move of last month, November. Our president and two former speakers of parliament and other people who were being accused from special chambers, they did resign. They committed to that. They are committed. That's why Kosovo, it should be recognized for that. So if it's another direct question on that, I'm going to stop here to give the chance to the other colleagues. So, but I wanted to make it clear how important for the whole region as a package it's to integrate this part of Southeastern Europe in or Western Balkan in European Union and NATO as well.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It was a very clear statement. Now I want to ask Mr. Sorocek. Jan, what do you think? Is it possible to have a pan-European army outside or without NATO?
Thanks, Angel. Listen, I'll let our colleague from NATO talk about how these processes work in more detail, and I'll focus on the political side if I can. We of course are focused on the Western Balkans in this discussion, right? And I don't think there's any clearer example than in the Western Balkans over the last 30 years. Of the need for the United States and its European allies to work very closely together when they decide to deploy military forces. We could talk about Libya, we could talk about all sorts of other places, but I think it is absurd to believe that there is any way forward in our alliance relationship other than mating our mutual and individual capacities, right? Only the United States has the capacity in the alliance to do the kind of logistics and distance support that the alliance needs. Only the United States has the infrastructure that enables the alliance to function. And I think, one of the very most important things that we are all going to have to come to grips with in the new Biden administration is this, in my opinion, theme that somehow, because the outgoing administration put such a focus on the 2% contribution by the membership, that because it is the outgoing administration, that somehow that demand is going to go away. It may be that there is a different atmosphere. It may be that different terminology is used. It may be that there is a kinder, gentler approach. I think it was very clear to the Trump administration early on, and remains clear, frankly, in the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States, that the only way that this alliance can work is if we each go our own way. We don't try to separate ourselves and go on some sort of independent path from one another. One of the reasons that the Trump administration was so clear in the way it expressed its demand that people meet their commitments to the 2% increase was because it fundamentally understood that in the long run, the way that you undermine support for the alliance in the United States is to allow the narrative to be built that Europe is somehow either A, not meeting its requirements, or B, attempting to do something without the United States. That is a political disaster for support for the alliance in the United States, and would be, frankly, I think, in Europe as well. So the bottom line is that we need each other. We have needed each other from the beginning. The United States brings specific capabilities to this alliance. Our European friends and allies bring specific capabilities to this alliance. And the only way forward is for us to continue to do that work together. And where appropriate, together with the neutral states in Europe, which themselves are also under pressure from the activities of, for example, the Russian Federation. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Surocek. And now I want to ask Jacqueline, what should be the NATO response of well-known fake news warfare against the NATO, against the European Union, based on the Balkans? You know that in almost every European country, we face such a fake news propaganda warfare, but on the Balkans it's very, very visible, very vocal. Even in Bulgaria, member of NATO and member of European Union, we have a huge number of fake sites, all of them, let's say, producing this propaganda. What should be the NATO response?
I think I touched on this briefly in my introduction. I think we have to be more consistent. We have to call out disinformation, I think, when we see it, and we have to act. It's not always easy, can I say this, for an alliance of 30 to act as quickly and in a certain direction as it is for an authoritarian actor or for one specific individual. So I think it just means that we have to, I keep on saying it, and it's a truism, I suppose. We have to be consistent, and we have to not hesitate to call out disinformation when we see it. And we are trying, I think, and the pandemic has brought this to the fore over the last year. We are trying to get more consistency of messaging, more accurate messaging, and a speedier response to disinformation efforts, because there's no doubt that the narrative gets into the public perception and people believe what they hear. So we have to be equally fast in getting out what I think is the truthful narrative. But it's not easy as an institution like NATO to have the speed of response that is sometimes necessary. And I think that's something that the organization is looking into at the moment.
Thank you. And now I want to ask Charlie. Charlie, in your opinion, what should be NATO and European Union answer to the actions of third parties who organize often, let's say, migration flow against our external borders? And let me be very clear here, we are not discussing refugees, we are discussing only illegal migration. What is your opinion?
Well, the lack of control over EU's external borders have made the EU very vulnerable to pressure, and Turkey has tried to use that against us several times, and is able to extort tributes from the EU in financial terms. And of course, the answer to that is to secure our border. Also, we need to look at how players such as Russia and China are working in different ways to influence these countries in the Western Balkans. And I think that the most efficient long-term way is to establish a strong economic link. So secure the border, strong economic links are the best ways to secure a strong European role in this region. Let me also shortly comment upon the other topics. His Excellency, the Ambassador, commented upon the summit in DC between Serbia and Kosovo under the auspices of President Trump. And I just wanted to state that I saw that as a positive step. Every step in favor of peace and dialogue is positive. But I also noticed that the European Commission acted quite well with a large portion of jealousy when this happened. And I don't see any meaning in that. Rather, the EU should focus on presenting its agenda for this normalization process between Serbia and Kosovo, and as John says, we should do it in concert. We should work together on this, because that is ultimately what will secure a positive outcome. When it comes to NATO, I think NATO can play a very big role here. And with regards to the efforts to create, and the European Parliament explicitly stated it a few years ago in a report, European Defence Forces. I've been following EU politics long enough to see that despite other sentences reassuring the United States that this will not be a parallel structure to NATO, there are a lot of MEPs and European leaders that dream of such a development. So I personally am very skeptical to that because of my my alliance, but also because I see a democratic problem here. Because on the one hand, they do want to push for European Defence Forces, but they also want to push for the abolishment of vetoes in foreign and security policy, and that would effectively create a parallel structure without the consent of the European peoples. So ultimately, I think that the EU should work with the US. The EU should be very clear that enlargement in the future depends on the development of these countries, and we, as the EU, have learned by previous enlargements that we, as a union, are fragile if we import problems from outside, and I think that is what's going to happen as well. Because if you see at public opinion polls, there is not a strong drive for enlargement. So I hope that we can work together, but on realist terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Dear panelists, we all agreed on geopolitical importance of Western Balkans for the European defense and security, common European defense and security. But we are facing all the time foreign activities. We are facing activities from Moscow. Already it was mentioned the Russian weapons and rockets, etc., delivered in Serbia. I can mention also activities of President of Turkey, Mr. Erdogan. He said in a few weeks, if I'm not wrong, he said in one of his speeches that people in Macedonia are still waiting for Turkey to come back over a century. We are facing Chinese activities. So, in your opinion, how should we react on this? What should be our reaction as members of NATO on this hybrid influence and foreign activities? Mr. Ambassador, what do you think?
Well, as I said before, it's needed to be a concrete step to that and bring the whole Western Balkan as a package to the European Union. And if it's not possible, then state country by country, move a little bit further. Because as I said before, the interest is somebody sees the Western Balkan as a trampoline to destabilize Western Europe, like Russia. They see the Serbs as they use the Serbs in Republika Srpska and Serbia as a tool for that. And other side, we see the economic and lately even the military positive response to Serbia from Chinese, but economically they are very, very wide open in the Western Balkan and other areas. Not in Kosovo yet, but in other countries. And you mentioned the some interest from the neo-Ottoman perspective. They see it like a trampoline, but it is. We are, as a nation, we are very clear somebody did before mention the Great Albania, which is not probably some local whatevers, but is not our goal. Our goal is the integration in the European Union. Our only capital is Brussels, and always in partnership with Washington D.C. and Brussels and all the European countries. It's a good news that this year we did sign a working agreement with Europol. I was last year and the year before, I was secretary coordinator for membership of Kosovo in Interpol, which is very important for peace, for stability, for security. And it's very sad that it came out. I visited over 37 countries and I led the Kosovo's delegation to the General Assembly in Santiago de Chile. But it's very sad if you see that I mention that because sometimes politics get involved. Because if you talk about stability, security, and peace, and other side you see countries blocking like Kosovo not to be part of this very important organization such as Interpol. This is poor political process because it's not in an imagination. You have a country who wants to be a part of the security, and other sides you have the police organization from other countries blocking only because they do think politically. That's why European Union has to react and move faster with the Western Balkans.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Jan, in your opinion, what should be our answer to these direct activities from Moscow, from Beijing, from Ankara?
Yeah, thank you, Ariel. Listen, I think first of all, the key thing is to be clear about what's going on, right? You've mentioned Moscow. I think we also have to put in some of the countries, Riyadh, maybe to a lesser extent, Tehran. So I think we need to be very clear about the breadth of the problem. And, for better or worse, ultimately, obviously for worse, the Western Balkans is the place in Europe where it's clearest that all these forces are attempting to gain influence, right? Certainly in the Baltic states and in Central Europe, Russia has a relatively more aggressive approach and is far more present than, say, even China or certainly Turkey. But in the Western Balkans, they're all there and they're all players. Whether it's Saudi support for religious communities in Bosnia, whether it's Chinese support for the construction of highways in North Macedonia, whatever it is that it happens to be. So I think the first issue is that we have to be very clear about what's happening and who's doing what. Within that, secondly, we have to make sure that both we and our partners in the Western Balkans see exactly what's going on, right? I think there is a sense across the region that we've seen Russian engagement before. We kind of know what it looks like. We understand how the Russian Federation operates. There's nothing new in this, and that may be true. But there is also a sense that China, as run by the Chinese Communist Party today, is very far away and is therefore somehow not a threat. And I think a simple analysis of the negative effects that Chinese investment has on the economic and business transparency of the countries that we're talking about shows just exactly how potentially negative that kind of investment is. So we have to be, again, clear about who's involved and clear about what they're doing. I personally think that a part of this, and we have to be very clear about this, nobody in the United States, and I frankly don't think anybody in the European Union has an interest in hindering the legitimate economic investment by larger powers in the growth and development of the countries we're talking about, right? And I don't hold anything at all against individual governments in the Western Balkans for taking, for example, Chinese investment, because those governments are elected to improve the quality of life of the people that elect them. But I think we have to do a lot more work in ensuring that the political elites, the people who serve in government in the region, and the people who serve in parliament in the region have a deeper understanding of exactly what the risks are in taking the kinds of investments that we are seeing. And one of the ways to do that is to share the experiences of other countries that have been made captive by Chinese investment, whether it's in Southeast Asia or in Africa or elsewhere, to show, for example, our colleagues in Serbia, just exactly what the risks are when you begin to go down a path of engagement with Beijing. I think we also need to be very clear that frameworks like 16+1, 17+1, in the end, do not offer the promise that they seem to offer at the beginning. And frankly, we need to be much more aggressive in the way we invest in engaging young political leaders from the Western Balkans and across Europe into our systems, right, into our networks. Whether, on the right side of the spectrum, it's the IDU, the International Democrat Union, which just held its annual conference virtually this past week, to provide an alternative. Because frankly, at least from the American perspective, we have underinvested in tying young political leaders more closely into our networks and into our alliance and into our institutions, and have left the door open in many cases for the Chinese to step in and pick up that slack.
Thank you, Jan. Jacqueline, from a NATO perspective, what should be our answer? How should we react?
To the malign influences of third parties, I take it you mean in the region. I think, again, speaking for the organization, if I can, we need to be very clear that we understand what's going on, where the threat or the disinformation or the hybrid activities or cyber activities are coming from. So we have to be better at analyzing, at being able to see exactly what's being done, I think. And then we have to call out this disinformation when we see it. I think we have to be quite open about what we do as an organization, what we are doing to help. And we have to be able to act, as I keep on saying, we have to act in concert, and but we do need to do a better job of analyzing these kind of new threats, if I can call it that. And NATO is moving in that direction.
Thank you. Charlie, from a European Parliament perspective, from ECR group perspective, what should be the answer?
I think that we need to support strong institutions such as a free media. I think that, the European Parliament and the Commission is already looking at different ways of fact-checking, for instance, when it comes to disinformation. But I do think that, our geographical proximity to this region actually gives us a leverage here. In terms of trade figures and in terms of involving these companies of Western Balkans in the single market, this cannot be matched by the Chinese nor the Russians. So here is what we should work on. And if we can do that, I'm sure that the citizens of these countries will elect politicians who will choose the most prosperous path rather than making sort of nostalgic deals with certain countries, such as we've seen quite recently. So that would be my answer.
Thank you, Charlie. Dear panelists, thank you for this excellent conversation we had already. Now we'll have a round for your closing remarks, and we will start in the same order. So, Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours for your closing remarks today.
Well, thanks again. It's a great honor to be here and to meet all of you. And I hope that very soon we can sit together in Brussels with you and the colleague Weimers and discuss more. I'm going to be open on that. Anytime you can contact me. And all the panelists, thanks again. Thanks for the support. And be sure that the Republic of Kosovo is committed to the European and Euro-Atlantic path. So it's the only way. We don't have an alternative. We don't want another alternative. So all of you have a good weekend, and thanks again, Mr. Jambalski, for organizing this very important summit and giving the opportunity to talk about the Republic of Kosovo, Western Balkan, and transatlantic perspective in the next years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. Surochak, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Angel. I'll be very brief. For those of you who know a little bit of American history, and specifically the period of the Revolutionary War, one of our founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, who is from my home state of Pennsylvania, once, I think, very insightfully said that in facing the power of the British Army and the power of the British Crown, that if we, the United States, the new colonies, don't hang together, we will certainly all hang separately. And I think that's a good admonition for us today. We, the members of the North Atlantic Alliance, obviously the United States is not a member of the European Union, but I think at least conceptually present at the creation, we need to stick together. We need to focus on the things that we have in common and not let outside forces focus us on the things that that we do not share entirely in common, so that we can, as I said in my original remarks, finally bring the Western Balkans over the line into full integration into the institutions that we have taken so much time and spent so much blood, sweat, and tears to build. So thank you for this opportunity. I think every time we get a chance to talk about these issues for an audience, it's important. We need to keep this agenda in front of people, and you know, this is the one of the ways we do it. So thank you to you, Angel, and to New Direction as well.
Thank you, Jan. Very kind of you. Mrs. Doe, the floor is yours.
Thank you. As a good Brit, I'm very familiar with the quote, which I can only agree with. I think there's lots of convergence of views about what we should do on the Western Balkans to help it move forward as a region. And I think putting the quotation differently, or interpreting the quotation in a different way, we all have our own part to play in this, and it's important that we all move together in unison. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today.
Thanks once again. And once again, last but not least, Charlie Weimers. Charlie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Angel. I do agree with my colleagues in the panel that we need to work together here. That's how we achieve something in the Western Balkans. And of course, one could discuss different specific policy measures, but in the end, I think that the success of Western Balkans and its willingness to integrate with the rest of Europe rather than looking towards Beijing or Moscow is the success of the European Union, and namely the economic success. So in order for this to happen, I think that the European Union needs to look at its own sluggish economy and realize that if this continues, Western Balkans will not be very interested in us. And it should take a deep look at itself and ask whether a transfer union such as the one that we see now with the Corona Recovery Fund, if that is the answer to Europe's challenges. I wouldn't think so, because a transfer union means a very much more political union, and a more political union will create more tensions, more conflict between contributors and recipients, and that will in turn make, for instance, Swedes less inclined to support integration of countries outside EU 27. So I think that the EU has a lot of homework to do: pro-market reforms, less bureaucracy, in order to be attractive in the long term for these countries. So that's the big picture. And thank you, Angel, for having me, and look forward to seeing you again in Brussels. As for the rest of you, I look forward inviting you for a cup of coffee in my office when I'm allowed to. Thank you.
Once again, thank all of you, dear panelists, for this really interesting discussion we had here. Have a good weekend, and hope see you soon in person after all this is over. Уважаеми участници, уважаеми зрители, бяхте...
Dear participants, dear viewers, this was the first panel on the Western Balkans. I hope that in this conversation between diplomats, NATO heads, and my colleagues from the MEP and from the International Republican Institute were interesting for you, so that you could get to know what are the challenges before the Western Balkans and how this could affect Bulgaria and our interests. You are to see more interesting discussions on interesting topics, and now allow me to listen to the welcoming speech of the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Maria Gabriel. Stay with Maria Gabriel now.
Уважаеми господин Джамбазки, уважаеми дами и господа, изключително ми е приятно да участвам отново по ваша покана в събитие на високо равнище, посветено на Западните Балкани. Поздравявам ви, господин Джамбазки, за неуморните усилия да поставяте в фокуса на общественото внимание този стратегически важен регион. Отдавам приоритетно значение на темата и с удоволствие мога да споделя, че укрепването на сътрудничеството с Западните Балкани винаги е било сред основните ми приоритети. Настоящият ми ресор не прави изключение. Точно за това днес ще ви представя новата си инициатива, наречена Иновационна програма за Западните Балкани, която има за амбиция да даде допълнителен тласък в отношенията в областта на научните изследвания, иновациите, образованието, културата, младежта и спорта. Това са ключови области с огромен потенциал и реална добавена стойност за гражданите, икономиката и обществото. Те ще бъдат в основата на положителен и амбициозен дневен ред, който Комисията, държавите членки на Европейския съюз и държавите от Западните Балкани да създадем и реализираме заедно. Вдъхновени от успешния опит от цифровата програма за Западните Балкани, която бе приета по моя инициатива, сега можем да продължим с още по-амбициозен подход. Този път инвестираме директно в хората, поставяйки младежите в центъра на всички наши усилия. Чрез повишено внимание към научните изследвания, иновациите и образованието правим стратегическа инвестиция в бъдещето на региона. Предлагам конкретни инициативи и ясни цели, които да повишат капацитета на Западните Балкани за посрещане на глобалните предизвикателства, включително тези свързани с екологичния и цифров преход. Тези усилия няма да бъдат предприети във вакуум. Те се вписват логично в поредицата от ключови мерки, които Европейската комисия предложихме през 2020 година. През настоящата година преразгледаната методология за разширяване стана реалност. Оказана бе забележителна подкрепа в размер на 3,3 милиарда евро за региона, като част от действията във връзка с коронавируса. Като пример ще посоча също икономическия и инвестиционен план за Западните Балкани, приет в началото на октомври. В този документ Идеята ми за иновационна програма за Западните Балкани се споменава изрично като основен инструмент за постигане на целите на плана. Иновационната програма ще насърчи развитието на човешкия капитал, иновационните екосистеми и прехода към икономика, основана на знанието. Тя ще насочи вниманието към укрепване на приобщаващите и висококачествени системи за образование и обучение, с цел да се предложат нови възможности на младите хора и да се осигурят квалифицирани кадри, включително за успешното възстановяване от кризата с коронавируса. Иновационната програма ще предложи също така как да работим с региона в контекста на целите на Европейското научно-изследователско пространство, Европейското пространство за образование и новия план за действие в областта на цифровото образование. Нека ви дам само няколко примера. Първо, в областта на научните изследвания и иновациите ще надградим постигнатото. Западните Балкани вече са добре интегрирани в европейската научна общност. Участието в Хоризонт 2020 се е удвоило от 2014 година насам. Размерът на полученото конкурентно финансиране се е увеличил повече от 3 пъти. Първата работна програма на Хоризонт Европа ще включва конкретни мерки още за 2021 година за допълнително насърчаване на сътрудничеството и за укрепване на капацитета на научно-изследователските институции в Западните Балкани. Заслужава да се спомене и ролята на региона в Европейския съвет по иновации и Европейския институт за иновации и технологии. Те ще продължат да подкрепят иновациите по цялата верига на стойността, от образованието до пазара, като обединяват трите страни на триъгълника на знанието – образование, научни изследвания и иновации. Трябва да стимулираме способността на Западните Балкани да използват ефективно ресурсите в подкрепа на иновациите. Това може да стане чрез механизми за насърчаване на стартиращите предприятия, национални фондове за иновации, научни и технологични паркове или още центрове за трансфер на технологии. Второ, в областта на образованието, в това число цифрово, ще продължим с успешни инициативи, като например седмицата на програмирането и схемата възможности за цифрови стажове. Ще бъдат предоставени и нови възможности за мобилност, включително виртуални обмени по програмата Еразъм+. Трето, в областта на културата също ще работим за укрепване на сътрудничеството с Европейския съюз. Регионът е богат на културно наследство. Можем да насърчим приноса на сектора на културата към потенциала на региона за устойчив туризъм. Уважаеми дами и господа, получените до момента много положителни реакции относно предложението ми за иновационна програма за Западните Балкани ми дава увереност, че чрез съвместни усилия можем да направим новата инициатива реалност през 2021 година. Ще се радвам и вие днес да допринесете с идеи и предложения. Имаме реален шанс да създадем нов дневен ред за Западните Балкани в областта на научните изследвания, иновациите, образованието, културата, младежта и спорта. Това ще бъде дневен ред с силен положителен заряд и потенциал за доближаване на региона още по-близо до Европейския съюз. Разчитам на вашата подкрепа, ползотворни дискусии и ви благодаря.
Thank Maria Gabriel, the European Commissioner from Bulgaria, who made a very accurate analysis of the situation in the Western Balkans from the viewpoint of her line of responsibility, innovation, research, culture, education and youth. It's always a pleasure to hear her expert point of view. Now, according to our agenda, we continue with the second panel from the Western Balkans Summit dedicated on foreign interference in the countries from the Western Balkans and disinformation. I'm presenting you with the moderator, Anna Fotyga, who is from ECR Poland. She's a coordinator in the Foreign Affairs Committee and Defense and Security Subcommittee. Her interests are in the sphere of disinformation, foreign interference in the EU country, and in the countries of Eastern Europe and the Western Balkans, which is why she's the moderator. Can you hear us, Madam Fotiga?
I can hear you.
Да, аз ви чувам. Имате думата.
Fine.
Чудесно.
Okay.
Добре.
Can we start?
Тогава да започваме.
Okay, I'll use English.
Ще говоря на английски.
Słyszę tłumaczenia. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen,
Много ви благодаря, уважаеми госпожи и господа. За мен е удоволствие, че започваме втория панел.
To present our distinguished
За мен е чест да представя много уважаемите панелисти.
What is interesting, all of us,
Това, което е интересно,
are representing Central and Eastern
че
Europe.
сме представители на Централна и Източна Европа.
Myself and Madame
Ивана Караскова е от Чехия.
Who is of Czech Republic. And in the sequence of events,
В тази поредица на събитията ще говорим и с Милан Йованович, който е анализатор в Черна гора.
And as you know,
Както
Montenegro
знаете,
is a very special country.
Черна гора е особена държава.
Years joining NATO, it was not so easy.
За което не беше лесно да стане член на НАТО.
Series of provocations.
Имаше поредица от провокации.
Huge amount of Russian incidents
Имаше много инциденти от страна на Русия.
That it will be extremely interesting to listen
Ще бъде изключително интересно да чуем какво ще каже Милан Йованович.
Our second speaker,
Нашия втори оратор,
Ruslan Filipov, is the expert of Bulgaria and engaged predominantly in assessment of the economic pillar
с
of
оценка
influence
на
of
икономическото влияние на външните сили
in Western Balkans.
В Западните Балкани.
He focused his work
Той набляга в работата си върху нелегалната икономика, сивата икономика и всички видове влияние,
also undermine the stability, economic stability and sustainable development of Western Balkan countries. Our third speaker is Madame Ivana Karaskova, who specializes in assessment of the Chinese influence and is to present her views on a variety of levels of Chinese influence on Western Balkans. Last but absolutely not least is Mr. Amer Kapitanov. Incidentally, I learned sometime earlier the achievements of his work while assessing in previous legislature of the European Parliament when I chaired some committee on security and defense, and I I learned about efforts taken to curb the illicit small arms and light weapons trade. I hope we'll listen also to those issues, but predominantly Mr. Kapitanov is very much focused on cooperation between Western Balkan countries in combating phenomena that undermine sustainable development, security, and economic growth of the region. I would like to cut my speech now because we are first focused on listening to our distinguished experts, and therefore I would like to give the floor first to Mr. Milan Jovanovic. The floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you. To talk about this.
I do not hear you, sir. I do not hear you. No, jeszcze opóźnione widać. Co, rozumiecie? Could you start once more?
No, not sure why.
Now I hear you.
Yeah?
Yes, please start once more.
Oh, sorry for the inconvenience. So basically, first of all, I would like to thank anyone here for being with us and to discuss such an important topic, especially nowadays. Ever since 2016 and the US presidential elections, disinformation has become one of the biggest topics. And you have to ask yourself why, because when you think about it, disinformation is actually not a new phenomenon. Disinformation, fake news, lies, and propaganda is old as much as a human language. And since we started speaking, I can say that we started lying in the same time. But what has changed so much that in the last 3 or 4 years, constantly we've been hearing about disinformation? And the answer to that is the evolution of technology. So before we had social media, disinformation was not that kind of problem as it is now. And people usually when we talk about disinformation, they start to ask why is disinformation such a problem? And I wouldn't go further than saying just and showcasing the 2016 US elections. So imagine if Russian campaign affected US society in that regard. Imagine how much of effect it would have on our smaller Western Balkan societies, right? And that is I think, a good answer. And on the global scale, everyone is talking about China, it's talking about Russia, Iran, even North Korea. But since we are talking about the Western Balkans here, I would like, to address some local actors in my introductory speech. And first and foremost of them being Serbia. So Serbia is not only, having their own campaigns here in Kosovo, in Montenegro, even in Macedonia. They're targeting all the countries, but they're being used as proxies to Chinese and Russian influence in the Western Balkan countries. As you all are aware of, we had elections in Montenegro a few months ago, actually in August. that ended up or resulted in the change of the government after 30 years, and the peaceful change of the government, to say. But if you have followed Montenegrin elections using Serbian media and Russian media that are accredited in Serbia, like Sputnik Serbia, then you would have an idea that it's much more of a civil war ongoing in Montenegro than the elections. So for 30, I remember because we monitored that a lot, for 30 days in August, while the pre-election period was running high, I remember they portrayed Montenegro as a country full of crime. They even used old footage from the protests to showcase as it was happening during the elections. So the Serbian media and some local actors in Montenegro, especially some local media in Montenegro, they supported pro-Russian and pro-Serbian option that eventually won on these parliamentary elections we just had. But they use these tactics in order to help them win, and that is obvious. And even after the peaceful change of the government, or after ending the elections, when it was clear that nothing what they wrote will happen, they started writing about things like that the former government will bring up the army on the streets in order to stop the change of the power. But none of that actually happened, and this ended up just being disinformation. And what actually is as much as dangerous right now as disinformation, and I think we can all agree on that, is the conspiracy theories that are running wild, especially here on the Balkans. I don't know if you have seen it, but a few days ago, a research for the whole region was published, and it showed it was about conspiracy theories. And what it showed was that 77% of people in the Balkans actually believe in one or more conspiracy theories regarding coronavirus. And coronavirus pandemic affected, our societies, our economies really hard and really, harmful. But it was even worsened by these conspiracy theories, like that Bill Gates developed vaccines in order to chip people, that coronavirus, is artificially made, that even coronavirus does not exist, that is a common flu, and so on and so on. And people are starting to grasp these conspiracy theories because it's much more easy for them to understand these events that are happening globally and in their countries than to search for scientific answers, especially now that even scientists can't, agree upon some facts regarding coronavirus. So all in all, we don't just have to deal with this information right now, we have also to deal with conspiracy theories, and combination of both can, is not just dangerous for the citizens themselves, it's really dangerous for the governments, experts, and health institutions around our region because they lose credibility due to lies. And I guess all aspects of our societies have to work together to find an answer. But I think, I will just leave my introductory remarks right now and let the floor to my colleagues. So at the end, we can discuss and answer some questions and maybe go into more details if the time allows. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your introductory remarks. Certainly, we'll return to Q&A session. Now I would like to ask Mr. Ruslan Stefanov, and please excuse me for the mistake in your name. Sorry, it was simply because of engagements earlier with a gentleman of this name. Mr. Ruslan Stefanov, Director of Economic Program and person who is focused on the economic influence of foreign actors in Western Balkans. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Fotiga. It's a pleasure to be here today and also to speak with my co-panelists. I will, first of all, thank you also to the New Direction Foundation and to the IRI for the kind invitation for the second Western Balkan Summit done in this time online. As you mentioned, CSD is primarily focused on the interactions between the economic hard power and also soft power, and what some have come to revert to as sharp power, in terms of influence and turning the capital inflows into countries into hard power and what we call also corrosive capital. I will very briefly sketch out, based on our publication from last year on the Kremlin playbook in Southeast Europe, some of the findings and the ideas that we've seen in the region, based on our long-time research. I will then briefly outline what we think are the local deficiencies or the local vulnerabilities that we need to take care of, and then I'll finish my presentation by shortly speaking as to what we think at CSD might be the response from the EU, from NATO, and from the transatlantic community as a whole. Now, first of all, in order to understand what is going on in the Western Balkans, or as many people have tried to put it, as the big European chessboard, or the fraying periphery of Europe, if you want to, in this newly emerging global superpower competition, we need to understand where it comes from. We need to understand the authoritarian influence that we see from Russia, China, and others. But these are the primary two superpowers, that have emerged as competing in the region. And one of the key concepts that we need to understand there, I think, is the concept of state capture, the concept of the merge and confluence, the blurring of the division line between the state sector, the state, politics, and the private sector and business. And this has happened throughout the years in Russia under President Putin, and of course in China under President Xi. And this we see as the primary reason why it's so difficult to discern and to understand this influence, and why so many people fall prey to thinking that we could actually change these countries and change their behavior. I think we need to understand that this is an external variable that we need to take for given. And that's why we need to focus on our internal vulnerabilities and seek ways of how to constrain this. And in that respect, we should understand that what we are facing is not just some disinformation, it's not just economic influence, it's just not just military posturing, but it's a vertically integrated response of both what appears to be a private sector, which is not, but very much dependent and connected to a public sector, and what is a very concerted, very focused state sector. And of course, here the rise and the size of China has attracted all the attention. But I would argue that in the case of Europe, the historical and other ties to Russia have actually rendered European countries much more vulnerable, and not just Central and Eastern Europe that were part of the former Warsaw Bloc, but in particular Southeast Europe, but also other European countries. And with that, I would like to turn also to the internal vulnerabilities that have allowed this influence to develop. And if we see how this influence is developing in Southeast Europe, but also in Europe as a whole, we'll see several patterns. One is there are very concerted investments in certain sectors that are highly regulated, that allow large-scale, unmanageable for the local administrations, unmanageable for local governments, projects, in particular in the energy sector. And we understand this very well also all over the region, but we've seen it just like in Montenegro with Mr. Deripaska, with the aluminium plant. We've seen this in South Stream, Turk Stream. We've seen this in the different nuclear power plants, oil refineries, and so on and so forth. And this is the reason this is worrying is not that it's new capital. The region needs this new capital. We need this investment. But the reason is that, as I initially mentioned, we cannot say how much of that is actually for-profit capital and how much of that is actually strategic thinking, and how much is that is actually part of a concerted strategy to disrupt the European integration and the NATO integration of these of the countries in the region. And if we look more closely, and I'm glad that my co-panelists from Montenegro mentioned the role of Serbia, we'll see actually that even in Serbia, Russia has acquired some critical assets. And these critical assets, like Serbia Gas, for example, are very much connected also to the local political elite and also connected to the local media elites, which is the same kind of confluence between or the same kind of state capture that we see in the model countries that we see in Russia and in China, where you cannot discern between one and the other. And this is particularly worrying because we see also this in the case of North Macedonia. Also recently, we've seen the concerted media campaign to disrupt, before that, the Prespa agreement with Greece, currently the disagreements with Bulgaria and North Macedonia. So these media, private media, nominally private media, they have deeply connected roots that are very often going to businesses and that are closely intertwined with Russia. So that said, the question is, what can we do to actually tackle such influence? In the end of the day, we cannot change the external forces at play. We cannot change the strategies of these superpowers or mega regional powers or whatever we want to call them. But what we could change is actually our internal governance. And here is the role of the EU. And I would like to outline several levels, and maybe NATO too, that we might as well discuss in more detail in the discussion later on. The first one is setting the example. And I think in this respect, it's critical to understand why the twin projects of Nord Stream and South Stream, Turk Stream, Balkan Stream, whatever you want to call it, are a bad example, because they just show that Putin's strategy of circumventing Ukraine, of strangulating countries that are smaller and that cannot defend themselves geostrategically, actually pays off. Because 10 years after, in 2009, these strategic projects were announced, after Crimea happened, after Eastern Ukraine happened, after so many other transgressions, we see that these two projects are happening, which is a bad example, and which, of course, leaves all the governments in the Western Balkans thinking, what should we be doing? Why is this happening? What is our role in that? On the second level, of course, we think we need to strengthen our internal capacity to monitor corporate ownership. Just like there was a wonderful example just yesterday that the US Congress passed the Corporate Transparency Act, disallowing anonymous companies to actually enter the US economy, which is a great initiative, and I hope that the EU is going to follow. I hope that we're going to get rid of all the offshore zones that are actually flooding with investment, Central and Eastern Europe first, but also now the Western Balkans. If you look at Macedonia, probably a third of the country's investments are coming from offshore zones. This is the same things happening also in Montenegro, same thing happening in Serbia. Investments of large Russian multinational companies appear as if they come from Cyprus or from Netherlands or from Luxembourg. So we need to set our own house in order. These loopholes need to be closed. And that said, we need also a joint common EU-wide capacity to deter money laundering and the flow of illicit funds, not just purely illicit by law, but also illegitimate in terms of seeking to finance parties seeking to finance political goals and gains. And I think this is critically important for you to develop this either as an agency at the EU level or a very well developed intergovernmental agreement. Because right now, I don't think there is any government in the EU that could effectively follow the intricate schemes of, let's say, layering complex multi-billion energy projects, that span 4 or 5 countries, change hands, profits of the hundreds of millions change hands between 20, 30, 50, 60 times, which is very, very difficult for any country in Europe. I mean, even the big countries like Germany, France, or the UK, or Italy, let alone countries that we see in the Western Balkans. And let me with a final word say that return to the example. I think in the end of the day, it's about the hearts and minds, and that is where this information comes in very strongly. What we have in Southeast Europe actually is just the same survey I think it was by Globsec, is that people believe that China is actually managing the pandemics better than the EU. And people see this, and there is this constant continuing battle for the hearts and minds of the people between democracy and authoritarianism. And that's why we need to repair the transatlantic rift. We need to focus on democracy that delivers for the people, and we need to show that we actually better, and that this has been a temporary blip. And with that, I look forward to the discussion. Thank you again.
Thank you very much indeed. Now I would like to give the floor without much ado to Mrs. Ivana Karaskova. I kindly ask panelists to limit their presentations, initial presentations, to maximum 10 minutes. Please, Madam, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair Fotiga. Good morning or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank the New Direction Foundation and also IRI for having me today. As was already said, I do specialize in China. I'm leading a project called CHOICE, China Observers in Central and Eastern Europe, which focuses on 17 Central and Eastern European countries and on China influence and Chinese activities in this region. I would like to shorten my presentation as much as possible, but still I would like to use what Ruslan was saying before me as a springboard to the my presentation, because we are now going to talk really about hearts and minds and about China's strategy to win those hearts and minds in Western Balkans. China, unlike Russia, is a newcomer to the region. Russia has been here historically for a longer period of time. So China is actually starting from the scratch. But the problem is that China is learning from Russia and utilizing the channels which were previously established by Russians, and also utilizing the networks Russia established there before. I would like to demonstrate this on the influence over media. What we have seen with the Chinese attempts to influence media before 2019 was quite different from what Russia has been using. It was a very defensive style, and attempts to rewrite the narrative about China being successful, being a peaceful country, being a country which is investing into Central and Eastern Europe. But China has basically changed in 2019 and started to be much more offensive and really utilizing different avenues, which so far has not let's say, high on the radar of the countries in Central and Eastern Europe, but also in other countries, basically globally. The ways of operation before 2019 were focusing mostly on investment into traditional media, on acquiring stakes in different media. Our research actually showed that first, when the Chinese company, and it doesn't really matter whether it's a private company or a state-owned company, because in the end the result is the same. So when the Chinese company invests into local media, the whole narrative of the media outlets changes significantly. So before the acquisition or before the investment, the media outlets are carrying positive, neutral, negative information about China. After the acquisition, only positive reporting went out of those media outlets. So our finding, together with other findings, were used for drafting the EU investment screening mechanism, and media luckily were included into EU investment screening. And also they are now included into national screening of those EU member states. But here I would like to really turn the attention of some of the Western Balkan countries who are assessing European Union to think about also including media into their investment screening regulation, and think about media as strategic industries. What China has been using before 2019 were also alternative, or let's say fringe media. And here we found out that China is using exactly the same avenues as Russian influence. There might be lots of explanations. There might be an explanation that they are naturally focusing on the same audience, the one which is disillusioned with the West, which has sympathy to the autocracies, or that they were actually pushed out from traditional media because the editors grew aware of the fact that the Chinese narratives are actually the propaganda narratives. What we also found out was the use of OPADs, of ambassadors' OPADs, and avenues which the embassies were trying to use, including the acquisitions of the sites and including also the buying of these supplements in different media to make sure the OPADs of the local ambassadors are published there. Well, this doesn't look that much, let's say, different with what the other powers might be doing, with the exception, of course, of the influence over traditional media. This basically changed in 2019 with the protests in Hong Kong, and also in connection to COVID-19, when China started to be much more offensive, using the so-called wolf warrior diplomacy of trying to rewrite the narratives, and also using avenues which are when the Chinese influence is much more hidden and very difficult to attribute. And it's also started to use new techniques directly borrowed from the Russian playbook. So what China has been using for the past 2 years is actually moving towards acquisition of advertisement companies. And that's much more difficult for the media because it's not just the stake in one media outlet. It's basically influencing the whole media industry. Because if you're holding a stake in advertisement company, you directly can influence the content of the media by giving advertisement to those media outlets which are, let's say, positive about China, and also by increasing the number of advertisement for those media outlets, directly influencing how much revenue the media outlets are making. We did have found also the coordinated effort of Chinese embassies in Central and Eastern Europe. We did research last year which discovered that PRC embassies, Chinese embassies in Central and Eastern European countries, approached local media in a very coordinated manner and offered them to publish ambassadors' OPADs or interviews with the head of the embassy, promoting the, let's say, real account of the Hong Kong protests and also later on COVID-19 crisis. And exactly the same narratives and exactly the same phrasing and arguments were found in articles in Czechia, in Slovakia, in Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia, and also apart from Central and Eastern EU member states, also in North Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Montenegro. Exactly the same phrases, exactly the same narratives. Also, what we have found out is that in some of the cases, those inserts into the local media were not done by Chinese entities. Chinese embassies hire PR companies or consultancies, and those local actors placed the advertisement on their own behalf. So it complicated actually the situation for the local media because they were not exactly knowing who the beneficiary of the advertisement is. Also, we have seen since 2019 a massive employment of bots, massive employment of new accounts, especially in social media such as Facebook and Twitter, and also increase of activity of the old accounts. I would like to mention here, for the sake of time, just one of the examples of China Radio International in Czech Republic, who has more than 900,000 followers. And we are talking about a country which has 10 million of population. So essentially, 1 in 10 Czechs would be following Czech Radio International. When you look at the composition of those followers, these are mostly fake accounts and accounts who are definitely not the local language speakers. These are basically bot accounts. And my assessment here and forecast and a bit of the recommendation in the end, which I would like to mention here, is that so far the propaganda doesn't look to be that much effective, but China has been really shifting from just purely rewriting the narratives about China to incorporate narratives which are mostly pro-Chinese oriented, towards disinformation, really about the origin of the COVID-19, about the cost of the exclusion of Huawei from 5G networks and so on. The propaganda was not effective that much, to such an extent, because it still could have been attributed to the Chinese entities. But the recent trend really is to hide behind local proxies, local entities, which is quite much more difficult for the attribution. And that's also when the propaganda and disinformation starts to be effective, because it's spread in natural language, in local languages, with arguments which seems local ones. Also, what we do think will happen in the future is that China will use massive bots to amplify the messages it's spreading. And it has been also building on Russian networks and Russian tactics. So here it is becoming much more effective and also much more problematic, because we do have experience with Russian propaganda, which runs on a very low amount of financing. But the Chinese propaganda is combining the AI plus increased financing, which Russia cannot do. Why Western Balkans should care? Because Chinese influence operations are global. When I'm discussing this issue with my colleagues in Western Balkans, the natural reaction is that we do not see Chinese propaganda, we don't see Chinese influence operations, that means that they don't exist. The problem is that the issue is not really high on the agenda, so not so many organizations are looking at this issue. And if you are not looking, you are not finding. So China's influence operations are global, and Western Balkans is not insulated from the Chinese influence operations. And in future, the Western Balkans, as my previous colleagues already mentioned, it is a great chessboard. And in future, the importance of Western Balkans as the EU member states, as the NATO member states, will only grow. So I think I will stop here, and I will give, I will take whatever questions you might have during the Q&A session. Thank you.
Madam, thank you very much indeed for this in-depth presentation. And now I would like to give the floor to our last panelist, last but not least, of course, for his introductory speech, Mr. Amer Kapetanov. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you can hear me and you can see me. And if that's the case, yeah, okay. Of course, I'd like to start off by thanking the organizers for inviting me and the RCC for this very important gathering. And of course, I'd like to, as last speaker, you always have this kind of minimum risk of repeating what has been said by the previous speakers, to which what has been said already, I agree pretty much. I think that when we discuss about such topic of foreign influence and disinformation, I think that very relevant thing, and I think the previous speakers also pinpointed, is to make the proper contextualization, because these things are not happening in vacuum. I mean, those are connected with different contextual drivers in the Western Balkans. I would, if you allow me, I would go and underline three of them. Which makes the Western Balkans in particular prone and susceptible to the foreign influence, or malignant foreign influence, if you want, and the disinformation. Those are the socioeconomic drivers, political drivers, and the one that I could and would, for the working purpose here, call cultural one. So before the COVID-19 pandemic, the average GDP of the Western Balkans was at, and still is, and even sinking, or growing, irrespective of what kind of perspective you look at. It was at 36% of the average GDP of the European Union. So you can see enormous convergence economic gap in between the Western Balkans and the European Union, plagued with low incomes, structural unemployment, where you have almost a quarter of young people between 17 and 24 years old neither having a job, nor seeking one, nor are in training, nor in education. So you can see, and then we are not caught by surprise in our last Balkan Barometer survey, because we conduct every year Balkan Barometer survey sentiment index and business sentiment index, that 56% of respondents are unhappy with the economic situation specifically. So also, I mean, the direct consequence of that is enormous brain drain. In 2018 alone, 230,000 people, mainly young one and well educated, emigrated from the region. And in the future, that might be joined 43% of Balkan Barometer respondents who declared themselves as thinking of leaving because they don't see any prospect here. When we talk about political drivers, we see enormous democratic deficiency. Two-thirds and of course, this is a rather global trend which reflects itself on the Western Balkans, but it's worthwhile mentioning that people are increasingly losing trust in the main pillars of democracy. Executive branch, legislative branch, judicial branch, with a margin more than 70%. And it's been steady kind of result in all Balkan barometers that we've been conducted so far. On the one side, and there is certain ambiguity, but this ambiguity also speaks a volume about this contextual problem, if I may put it this way, is actually that there is a growing sentiment in the Western Balkan that people perceive European Union as a hope. They want to go there by 59-77%. But when you ask them a specific question, do they believe that their country would one day join the EU, then you have rather bleak answer. Only 26% of them, 26% of them do not believe that their country has any future, and wider margin of those who think that one day their country will join the European Union. And then cultural drivers, someone has pointed out, and I think it is indeed all about winning hearts and minds of the ordinary people. Here we should have sometimes tend to forget what are the main societal narratives outside of academic and media one. You have history, you have identification, sense of belongingness, old traditional friendships, history. Also, Mr. Jovanovic pointed out this strong narrative of conspiracy, which is really, really well alive in the Western Balkans. Let me just take one example. A very recent public perception survey by the Belgrade Center for Security Policy revealed that, for example, the most citizens in Serbia, 40% of them, believe that Russia is the greatest ally, not only in political terms, but in economic terms, when China is taking the second place. When you look at the real figures, the overall trade volume, investment, economic ties in between Serbia in particular and EU enormously surpasses someone has mentioned that I think was previous speakers of those of China and Serbia and Russia. And there you can see what is the main narrative and what is the main perception, and why, after all, we have this contextual vulnerability. So we put all these drivers in combination and all these ingredients, and then we can come to the conclusion, this similar conclusion that the recent study conducted by the European Parliament, AFET, in December 2020, there are three key disinformation challenges in the region. External challenges to the EU credibility, disinformation related to COVID-19 pandemics, and the impact of disinformation on elections and referenda. Actually, the global crisis of the globalization of liberal democracy, this democratic deficiency that I mentioned, is actually created a chessboard, as someone rightly pointed out, or the battlegrounds for the new alternative ideas that are undermining set of values which we consider as a European values, as values that we would like to there too. And this is actually then we are jumping in on this very fertile ground for the disinformation. I agree very much with Mr. Ivanovic, and I can just only repeat that actually the Eurobarometer survey showed that 70 to 75% of citizens, respondents in Italy, in Netherlands, in Austria, in Germany, consider COVID-19 pandemics as a serious challenge. Fake news and propaganda is a serious challenge. In the Western Balkans, is completely contrary. Actually, 70% of them think that the virus is either non-existent or was created by someone, in order to take over the world and to undermine the prospect. So actually, I have so far detected, together, of course, with previous speakers, what is the problem. Now, what is the solution? What should we do in order to kind of help Western Balkans fighting with it? We at the Regional Cooperation Council, we have been stepping this regional reconnection paradigm to a set of tangible deliverables at the last Sofia summit. We call it common regional market. Actually, we want to offer the Western Balkan citizens chance to import EU immediately in terms of standardization while waiting to become part of the European Union. So we should avoid a situation in which we should wait to join in order to have a better life. I think that we should kind of change that narrative, but we cannot change it by telling the story. But we need to have concrete deeds on the ground and concrete reforms. We have also stepped up in our security portfolio, which we deem intrinsically linked to socioeconomic one, because you can't not have socioeconomic reforms and betterment without having the regional security cooperative order. We have started bringing together all important players in creating the disinformation, fighting the disinformation and fake narrative platform together with the EU and Center of Excellence in Helsinki, because we detected actually that the level of awareness of the disinformation threat in the Western Balkans is very low. And in order to do that, we actually need to kind of first raise the awareness and then boost institutional capacity. So that's all from me, and I would be very, very happy to answer questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapitanov. Now allow me to start this Q&A session. Actually, some of questions were suggested by our co-workers, but certainly I think that your extremely interesting presentations also make me use some ad hoc thoughts to enhance your presentations. Mr. Ivanovic, Montenegro is the NATO ally. And luckily, we already started the process of bringing Western Balkans countries to the family, transatlantic family, to Euro-Atlantic area of collective defense and deterrence. And of course, within the NATO remit as well as the EU, we start to speak more and more about resilience. Of course, it is predominantly in NATO remit thought as allies' responsibility. Yet, EU is quite active on this, and synergy between both organizations can make a change. Madame Maria Gabriel, our former European Parliament colleague, already mentioned mobility, military mobility as well, that is able to undermine propaganda coming from countries like Serbia or via Serbia from Russia and China. What are your thoughts on necessity to tackle both organizations, and can countries that are already NATO members be somehow in lead vis-a-vis other countries of the region in promoting certain actions, collective actions?
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question. And I hope this time you can hear me since the beginning. So how the big question is how to deal with this information. And if anyone so far, develops a way to deal with this information, he would probably win Nobel Prize or something, because this is such a great security issue. And as some of my previous colleagues said, Western Balkans is interesting right now, both to China and Russia. But if you look 5 years in the future, when all of the region will be integrated within EU and NATO, then the region will be even more important. So as someone coming from Montenegro, I would say that it would be, inadequate to say that Russia or China are interested in Montenegro per se. No, they're interested, they care about disrupting EU and NATO integrity and unity. And if they can use Montenegro for achieving that goal, that's great, because we are small, our institutions are not developed in an adequate way, and we present a perfect opportunity to, to be used as a country to disrupt both EU and NATO. So as this information is problem in both EU and NATO countries, we should, but this is like something that I always address, that both EU and NATO should, join their efforts, because separately they do great job. I know NATO has their center of excellence and they deal a lot with this information and propaganda. And EU has some initiatives like EU versus Disinfo, which, runs also here in the Balkans. But if they are to deal effectively with disinformation, they need, to unite their efforts. And this is something that I think we will see in the near future as more and more countries, from the Balkans join the EU, and that circle finally completes. But I would like to, just before I close this remark, I would like to say something, because all of us have talked about minds and hearts, winning minds and hearts. So a few days ago, Balkans in Europe Policy Advisory Group published a research on conspiracy theories in the Balkans, which I talked in my initial remark. And what is interesting, how China actually won hearts and minds of Serbs in the region, is that actually around 80% of Serbs in Serbia, in Montenegro, and in Kosovo doesn't believe at all conspiracy theories that include China as the country of origin of the coronavirus. So, and why? Because Chinese corona diplomacy was really effective in Serbia. And as my colleague Ivana previously talked about, it's not about just the media. China in Serbia is using Serbian officials, Serbian ambassador, media, and agencies, to push their narrative and to create positive picture about China while neglecting it. And even though EU helped enormously to deal with corona crisis, while China didn't do that much, we have completely different picture public. And why? Because we have a lack of strategic communication coming from the EU. And I think that's a problem on which they have to, work on further in order to avoid these situations. But just to conclude, this information is not a problem of a specific part of population or any country. It's a global problem and affects everyone. And the answer to that has to be the same, global. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just few minutes towards the end of this panel, so please be very brief also in your response. Mrs. Karaskova, may I ask you about the ways the Chinese policy of debt trap. Actually, they usually put the partners works in Western Balkans, taking into account this income gap that was presented by Mr. Jovanovic as well. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, the issue of debt trap diplomacy is actually much more complicated than just pointing at China. There is a huge number of deals which were just basically bad business deals, which were done by companies which didn't really went through the assessment of the deal in the first place. So some parts of the deals are the deals which should not be taken by the Chinese, but they were not necessarily taken with the aim of luring the country into the debt trap diplomacy. But there is, of course, a significant portion of the deals which are running directly towards mostly acquiring the strategic industries. And here I'm getting back to the presentation. I do see media as strategic industry. It's not a very popular idea for the politicians and for the policymakers within the European Union, which focus on, let's say, hardcore industry and infrastructure, but media are also a way of infrastructure and influencing the hearts and minds. So there are two different categories of the deals, and in case of Western Balkans, there is this huge need to upgrade the infrastructure, which is absolutely understandable. And on one hand, China is offering the deals because it's exporting its overproduction, so it's benefiting the Chinese companies. And some of the deals are badly structured in the first place, and the other ones are directly aiming towards acquiring stakes in strategic industries. So I would like to perhaps turn this question towards something else, and that's the question of why the Western Balkan countries are much more inclined to take the deals in the knowledge that they may not be able to, in the future, to repay the debts, and they may actually lose access to strategic industry or to infrastructure. And the response here is that nobody else is offering, or if we are offering, we as the EU, I mean, we are probably offering on the terms which cannot be beaten when we are comparing with China and with the pocket money and so on. So to sum it up, some of the deals, bad deals at the beginning, some of the deals might be taken out of the necessity to increase the well-being of the Western Balkan societies, which is absolutely understandable. And some of the blame should go directly to China, but also to other actors in Middle East, for example. But some of the blame is also on going to the European Union towards what it is that we are offering to Western Balkans.
Thank you, Madam. I wanted to continue this topic asking Mr. Stefanov, is it possible, in your view, to overcome all limitations of Western Balkan by making, I would say, big step in cooperation between the region and all 6 countries with all constraints concerning Serbia, but whole region with the EU and also in transatlantic relationship to absorb new technologies and give new momentum and actually new hope, because we also have to overcome this feeling of fatigue that happened to Western Balkans after 2014, when there were, I would say, very, very negative signals coming from the EU to the region. Are we able to offer this kind of deal? Thank you.
I think we shouldn't be focusing on the deals, because part of the issue, part of the problem is that is exactly what China and Russia offer. These are deals to the political leaders. This is about money, and these money flow into some deep pockets, and we need to be aware of that. You know, Mr. Kapitanovic mentioned all the governance issues. People are wary of liberal democracy because they equate it to the democracy that they see their leaders do, which is kleptocracy. And that is why people don't trust these institutions. And I think there is a need for, and I think if this panel needs to take something out of the discussion, is that we need to practice a lot of tough love. The EU has invested a lot in the region, the most out of any other region in the world, you know, in the Western Balkans. And I think we need to make this clear, and we need to make certain that the local leaders commit to that. Part of the reason why people think that China and Russia are bigger benefactors in the Western Balkans than the EU is that the local leaders actually portray this. You know, they balance this. You could see President Vucic out there. You could see Mr. Gruevski before that. You could see the same thing in the EU. All the countries that benefit from Russian projects like Bulgaria, Hungary, Slovakia, they all play this balancing act. We need leadership. We need people to know that where they belong and why they're there. You know, and that leadership needs to come from the local level. And the EU needs to ask for this leadership, just like we are right now doing the tough love with the rule of law mechanism in the EU. We need the same tough love with the Western Balkans. The EU invests a lot and is ready to invest a lot, and we could definitely offer much more. And I think the local people know that the EU is their best hope, you know, in terms of prosperity, in terms of safety, in terms of freedom, and so on and so forth. But we need to make clear this between the leaders of the EU and the leaders of the Western Balkans, you know, that there cannot be a balancing act, and that this will also require cleaning of their own act, you know, because this is exactly where Russia and China get in with their state money, with their deep coffers. You know, they offer deals that these leaders cannot refuse, and we need to know that the disinformation part is just the tip of the iceberg, and there is much more going on below that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapitanovic. Can I return to this issue I mentioned at the very beginning? So, security issue. Within the region, there is, and most probably, many problems that we already face. Also, referring to conspiracy theories and considerable easy way of absorbing those theories in the region. How much, to what extent the idea of bringing the region to the West, presenting it in a concise way, and portraying unity of political West without, I would say, internal discrepancies, although they exist, may be of benefit also to enhance the regional security, because certainly Western Balkan countries have to overcome, like Bosnia and Herzegovina, many remaining problems of wars. So, what is your view on positive way it is to act? Okay, I refrain from calling it a deal, but we have something to be critical of. Our message to the region was not concise enough, and still is not. there are many processes being blocked for let's say, political short-term constraints within the EU and NATO as well. So, floor is yours, Mr. Kapitanovic.
Thank you. Now, conspiracy theories. I mean, it's very socio-psychological issue. I mean, people tend to believe in conspiracy theories simply because those are the much simpler narratives. I mean, you don't need to explain the details. Truth is always much more complex. And in this overall context, you know, Western Balkans is not only region prone to that, but of course, in some types of conspiracy theories, yes. Now, security, actually, as I mentioned at the very beginning, and thank you for this question, security cooperation is intrinsically linked with this overall enlargement paradigm. If we talk about the deal, and in that term, and I agree, we should avoid mentioning some kind of particular deals. But if we talk about in that context of deal, then we do have strategic deal, and that strategic deal with the European Union is in the enlargement process, based on clear values. And here is actually tough law. Where we actually need to continue fighting for those values that most of citizens in the region want to adhere to, because they want to live the lives of people in European Union. They want to reach that set of standards. Security cooperation has a very important role if it is steered and led in coherent way with what we are trying to do. We've organized recently a very interesting conference where we gathered together all regional security players. We call it the Jumbo Security Conference. We discussed at that very conference in 2 days with experts and practitioners, challenge posed by the illegal immigration, challenge posed by uncontrolled small arms and light weapons, different sorts of organized crime, violent extremism and terrorism, in particular radicalization in online sphere and cyber sphere, which are limitless actually and borderless. We also talked about the anti-corruption, and we put on that also the disinformation. If you put all that into one basket, you see enormous perplexity and a challenge that the region of the Western Balkans is facing with. What is the good news? The good news actually is that, as I personally learned at that very conference, but in the preparation for the conference and the years of our engagement, that countries are showing more and more readiness to align the standards and norms, so then values, with the European Union. On the other side, European Union seem to be very, very ready to be supportive financially, transferring know-how and technology and even equipment necessary for tracking illegal migration, the organized crime channels, and so on and so forth. So to cut long story short, because we are running out of time, the synergy is very important. We need to start delivering the dream, European dream, to citizens of the Western Balkans here. And that's why I said, I mean, we cannot afford anymore to wait and to tell the narrative that it will be better one day Western Balkan joins the European. It should be now. And I think with this EU investment in economic package for the Western Balkans, I think that a good step was made into the right direction. In synergy with this strategic plan adopted at the Sofia summit of the Berlin process, called Common Regional Market, we have that basket of socio-economic reforms based on European set of values, and we have to fight for that values, and we have to fight against those narratives that are undermining those values. That's very important. And actually, part of that overall strategic approach is coherent security cooperation. And if we put that into one strategic basket, then we can say we have a deal. We have a readiness of people. we have some hurdles, some frictions on the way, but I think that we should, and it's worthwhile taking risks and fighting against those frictions and those hurdles in order to push the region towards the European Union membership.
Thank you very much. It's extremely important contribution to this. Actually, I'm afraid we do not have much more time for additional questions. There are many issues that are interesting and worth tackling. For example, the level of similarity between Russian and Chinese actions in terms of COVID-19 campaigns, even certain level of cooperation. I would add Iran to this as well, but there are many other very interesting topics. I wanted to conclude actually with one remarks. I know that debates about enlargement of both EU and NATO are very hot and difficult, and tackling on the core interests of both member states and allies. But we have to be dedicated to this process in terms of Western Balkans, obviously with the membership perspective. So in proximity of joining both organizations, we can see already benefits. And I think that having all 6 countries with certain reservations, of course, here, but we do not have time to dig into this. It is much more secure for us to protect Europe as a continent, to protect our way of life and democratic values. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
Very thankful for your indispensable expertise. Благодаря на нашите участници в
Experten opit. I'd like to thank our participants, our panelists in the second panel. They discussed many of the topics related to disinformation, interference, and this brings the first part of our conference to a close. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Central European Time. And 3 p.m. Bulgarian time to continue with the next 2 panels. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear viewers and participants at the Western Balkans Summit, hosted under the auspices of New Direction Foundation, ESIA Group and the IRI. We continue with the third panel, which will be on the issue of anti-Semitism in the Western Balkans. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Alexander Sidi, member of the Bulgarian Parliament, Deputy Chair of the Home Security and Public Order Committee, and Deputy Chair of the Bulgaria-Israel Friendship Group at the Bulgarian Parliament. Mr. Sidi, can you hear me?
Аз ви чувам прекрасно.
Yes, loud and clear. Wonderful. I'd like to wish you a wonderful Hanukkah and good luck to you.
Благодаря ви. Добре дошли на всички. Наистина искам да ви поздравя в началото на нашия панел, говорейки за антисемитизма и за всичко това, което се случва на Балканите последните. Искам да ви поздравя с прекрасния празник Ханука, празника на светлината, да ви пожелая Божия благодат да осветява всички домове на Балканите в целия свят. Желая мир и здраве на всички. Изключително се свързва с съвременната политическа реалност и затова вярвам, че днес в следващия час ще успеем да изчистим някои митове, ще успеем да прокараме път за Is everything okay? Do you hear me? Ало? Нищо не правя. Правя едно и също. Това ми е зелено.
So I could hear you a little bit, but there is no translation. In my Bulgarian, not so much.
Добре. Окей. Казвам, че в този панел ще се опитаме да разбием някои митове срещу антисемитизма на Балканите.
On anti-Semitism and against anti-Semitism on the Balkans. This is a topic that is mostly used for political goals, not for anything else.
Is there a problem with the microphone again?
Сега се чува.
Everything's okay?
Всичко е наред.
Така че позволете ми да не губим повече време да представя
to introduce the panelists, and they are Bert Jan Ruijsen, who is a member of the European Parliament representing the Netherlands from the Reformed Political Party SGP, and also part of the ECR, a member of the Foreign Policy Committee and the Fisheries Committee, first Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chair of the delegation of the European Union with the relations with Israel. Then we have Joanna Rochozinska, who is Regional Program Director, Transatlantic Strategy International Public Institute. She's been working on programs on Eurasia and Europe. She graduated from the University in Toronto on Russian and European history, focusing on the Russian and Soviet Empire. And
доцент по
Mr.
политически науки,
Jorge
политическа
Mcijanovic,
теория в
Associate
университета в Загреб,
Professor
Хърватия.
in Political
След дипломата
Science
си
at the
обучение в
University of
университета на
Zagreb, Croatia.
Масачузетс, Амхърст,
And
той получава
also
докторска степен по
he
политическа
has a
теория на
PhD
Хопс
in
и започва
political
да преподава в
history
университета в Загреб.
and
Освен политическата теория,
teaches
през
at the
последните 5 години
University of
той е
Zagreb.
съръководител на
Apart from
изследователския проект за
political,
речта на
his
омразата
teaching
в Хърватия,
political history,
публикувайки
he's
творби
a
за свободата на словото и политиката на
co-head
паметта.
of the project
И
on
сега ми
hate
позволете
speech.
да дам
And
думата на
now
първия
let
наш
me
по
turn the floor
списъка,
to our
който сте прочетох.
first
Така че давам
panelist
думата на
following
Берт
the
Ян
list.
Руисен
So
да
Bert Jan
каже своите встъпителни думи по темата за
Ruisen, you
борбата
have the
срещу
floor for
антисемитизма на
introductory
Западните Балкани.
remarks on countering
Заповядайте.
anti-Semitism on the Balkans. You have the floor.
Аз не чувам, не знам дали има проблем.
Maybe he should turn on the mic.
Mr. Ruisen. The floor is yours.
Do you hear me now? It's better now? Do you hear me? Yeah. Okay, then I was using my headset and it seems it was not working with the headset. So I will try it in this way. Now we are connected. Well, let's first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for the invitation. It's for me a big honor to participate in this important workshop on the issue of anti-Semitism. Let me start with a personal story. Early this year, just before the outbreak of the pandemic, I was invited to the 75th commemoration of the Holocaust in the Auschwitz-Birkenau camps. And one of the rabbis who took the floor said, anti-Semitism is not only a physical attack, but also a mental war. He pointed out that his house is being secured. He said, our Jewish schools are secured like prisons. Soldiers are permanently guarding our grandchildren. That's nice, but it is also very absurd. 75 years after the liberation of Auschwitz, he said, I wonder, was Auschwitz really liberated? Jews are targeted of ridicule and aggressive time and again. Unfortunately, we have to conclude that the prevalence of anti-Semitism is increasing inside and outside Europe. Many Europeans seem to live with distorted images of Jews and the Holocaust. Those views can dangerously take on a life of their own. In recent years, several attacks have also been aimed at Jewish targets. Governments must do everything it can do to ensure the safety of Jewish citizens. In its annual update on anti-Semitism, published last September, the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights provides an overview of data per country of recorded anti-Semitic incidents. The agency stresses, however, that many anti-Semitic incidents go unreported. It also stresses that we need to rely on robust data on anti-Semitic incidents to enable more efficient targeting of interventions. The report shows that there are large gaps in the data collection on anti-Semitism in the EU, that member states collect different types of data and that they apply different definitions and recording practices when anti-Semitic incidents are recorded. This prevents a meaningful comparison of official collected data between member states and increases the relevance of and need for surveys on perception and experiences of anti-Semitism. The report also notes that the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on the Jewish community and on manifestation of anti-Semitism. It describes that the pandemic affects and has consequences for Jewish communities in the following particular ways. The very high death number of older people who have died have included a number of Holocaust survivors. With this death has come a risk of accelerated loss of the memory of the Holocaust, and that at a time when existing anti-Semitic discourses has been revived and new anti-Semitic myths and conspiracy theories that blame Jews for the pandemic have come to the fore. In March 2020, the Anti-Defamation League signaled that COVID-19 related anti-Semitic, xenophobic and hateful messages and conspiracy theories are proliferating rapidly only. The combat against all forms of anti-Semitism inside and outside the EU is a really priority for me. I sincerely hope that the European Commission continues to make combating anti-Semitism one of its spearheads by further empowering the mandate of the coordinator on combating anti-Semitism. Everything is needed to guarantee the safety of the Jewish community, institutions and citizens, including taking security measures where necessary, and to take appropriate measures against hate crime and incitements to violence or hatred against Jewish people. Furthermore, on the field of education, attention should be paid to the Holocaust, anti-Semitism and the centuries-long history in Europe and the diversity and vitality of the Jewish community. I think, Chair, it's important to realize that the freedom of expression is not only a matter of law, but also of wise policy. Freedom of expression must not provoke people to be hurt or insulted. In my capacity as first Vice Chairman of the European Parliament's Delegation for relations with Israel, I try to regularly raise this issue of anti-Semitism as well. Just a few weeks ago, we had our latest interparliamentary meeting between the European Parliament and the Knesset. The two delegations expressed their serious concern about the rise of anti-Semitism and recalled that the EU and Israel remain determined to pursue their fruitful cooperation in fighting xenophobia, discrimination and anti-Semitism. They remain also committed to continue working together in order to protect Jewish communities and institutions as well as Jewish cultural heritage throughout Europe, as demonstrated inter alinea by the mandate and activities of the European Commission Coordinator on combating anti-Semitism. Both parties reiterate their support for the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, stressing that it could be a useful reference, including for identifying anti-Semitic hate speech and conspiracy ideologies in the digital sphere. In this regard, they welcomed the recent high-level EU-Israel summary on combating racism, xenophobia and anti-Semitism online, which discussed upon its actual impact, as well as measures to address the challenges of online hatred. Both delegations agreed on calling upon all member states to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism as a legal and educational instrument. 3/4 of a century after the Holocaust, and Jewish people remain targets of prejudice and hatred here in Europe. We have failed if we cannot offer security to the Jewish communities in Europe. Anti-Semitic attacks and incidents are also an attack on the fundamental values and human rights that are central to the European Union. That is why I, together with some fellow MEPs and NGOs, earlier this year launched a petition where we call attention to a more effective approach to anti-Semitism in Europe. To conclude, Chair, in my thoughts, I go back to my visit to Auschwitz-Birkenau earlier this year. One of the rabbis who took the floor raised the question how it is possible that still children are raised with anti-Semitic ideas. He continued, the military war is over, but a war of thoughts is now going on. In a conventional war, you have to look for effective firearms. The weapons in the war against anti-Semitism are education, education, and education, and I fully agree with him. That's in short what I would like to say as a first introduction. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ruijsen. It was a very good speech of yours, and unfortunately, I can confirm that in Bulgarian Jew school in Sofia, there's the same security issue. No, I mean for Bulgarian, I mean the same security issue. There is yes, there are armed men who are in charge to take security of the school. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ruijsen, and Ms. Kozinska, the floor is yours.
So I think you said me. Sorry, you faded out at the end. So first of all, thank you very much to the organizers for agreeing to host this kind of interesting and slightly off-topic panel. But as the previous speaker said, anti-Semitism is something that impacts all of Europe. The OSCE has marked a rise across all of the OSCE member states in incidents of anti-Semitic violence and incidents. And IRI's Beacon Project, with the generous support of the State Department's Office of International Religious Freedoms, decided to try and apply the methodology and tools that we use for tracking disinformation and malign foreign influence throughout Europe to specifically looking at the case of anti-Semitism in the Western Balkans. You know, one of the important things that was said as well is that you can't counter anti-Semitism if you don't have the data to understand how prevalent it is, what parts of society, and how it's being spread, and what the narratives are. And so a lot of what this was to try and fill the gaps in the data in the Western Balkans specifically. And it is true. So what we ended up doing, as well as doing the monitoring of media in terms of online media and social media, was also looking at what the legislative frameworks were and identifying what some of the gaps were, and plus putting it in the context of the historical narratives in the individual countries. So our study covered all of the Western Balkans countries, and the monitoring lasted from, it may seem strange, but from January 1919 through May 2020, so quite a long period of time. The methodology we were using, IRI's Versus tool, which we created in 2015 in the absence of having adequate monitoring devices in local languages in order to be able to facilitate local language tracking. So all of this was looking at media and Facebook posts and social media posts in the local languages to try and identify what some of the anti-Semitic narratives were, how prevalent they were, and how they differed from country to country. And ultimately trying to provide some kind of specific, tailored policy recommendations for each of the countries. So the study is still ongoing. We hope to have it published in the first quarter of next year. It has been long and complicated, but I think what I will do is just sum up some of the most interesting findings that we did have in this. And I think that one of the following speaker is actually going to talk about, he was our researcher for Croatia specifically, and we'll walk you through what his experiences have been. But so sitting back and looking at the entire process, what has been interesting is trying to engage researchers who, this is not an area, or how do you say, the topic itself is not necessarily one that they are experts in, but they are experts in data collection. And so trying to marry those two elements was interesting on one hand, and trying to engage the local Jewish populations as well in this. So some of the interesting findings that we had was that the prevalence of, one might say, traditional anti-Semitic rhetoric and narratives were quite low in all of the countries. But what you did find is an awful lot of substitution. And so you ended up having the anti-Semitism disguised, if you want, with kind of like a deeper issues of other national groups that were identified as the enemy. Obviously the trauma of the Holocaust in a lot of these countries was overshadowed by the trauma of the wars in the 1990s. And so you kind of ended up having layers of narratives that ended up kind of underemphasizing what the anti-Semitism actually is, or taking second place. You also ended up having an awful lot of, if you want, competing martyrdoms or competing victimhoods with neighboring countries as well. And so it was difficult to start to untie those threads. Probably the single most interesting aspect of it was the incursion of global narratives becoming more prevalent as well. And so having nothing to do with the Holocaust itself in these countries or the experience of the Holocaust in the countries, but more tending to kind of global conspiracy theories surrounding the state of Israel or surrounding, the Jewish global conspiracy, if you will. And so a lot of the narratives weren't necessarily native narratives, but I think that if you're looking at forward in terms of research, it's kind of seeing how they are being imported and amplified from other aspects of it. There's an awful lot of conflation of friendliness, or how would you say, state relations with Israel as proof that there is no anti-Semitism, which is, as we all know, not necessarily true. And so I think that a lot more has to be done to kind of start unpacking a lot of the findings that we have in order to strengthen education on the Holocaust on one hand, but taking in mind what the local traumas and the local realities have been in order to deal with it. There was also found to be a disconnect between what the official state narratives are on equality and intolerance of anti-Semitism and how they actually apply in practice. So, in countries where there was an ombudsman or whatever else, it was often underutilized. Again, kind of going back to gaps in data collection, that on one hand that there were official mechanisms, but very often they weren't used either. And so, again, there seems to be this kind of like significant gap between what they say they do and what actually happens in practice. the very simple task of finding an adequate survey or an accurate reflection of even populations has been actually complicated as well, depending on how censuses are done or when censuses were even taken. So in terms of actually finding, again, good data that's comparative across the countries is quite difficult. One of the interesting findings also from my perspective was that there was almost a competition of philo-Semitism, as it were, right? So in being quite adamant and vocal in denying the existence of anti-Semitism in the States, it was almost, at least the narratives that seemed to have been commonly held in terms of the background research was that, and this was almost all of them, that there was actually, they were anti-Semitic by the very nature of the being of the population, right? So that they very often presented themselves as being havens at various points in history, and certainly that there was not that. And that being said, the narratives that we did find often were quite intermingled with current events, whether it was a general tendency to be skeptical towards foreign actors in the Middle East particularly, whether it was the State of Israel or whether it was the United States even. But it was not necessarily specifically targeted against the local Jewish population, or not in the minds of the people who were spreading the narratives. And so it ends up being like quite complicated, I think, thing to unpack, which has made it interesting also for us working with our researchers and also with experts in the field, historians particularly, of the Western Balkans. So I'll stop here for now because I think that there's enough grounds for further discussion, and perhaps also better to hear from the words of our actually researcher in terms of how his experience was going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Rokozinska, and now I'll give the floor to Mr. Cvijanovic.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for the invitation. Thanks the previous speakers and Joanna for actually introducing me a little bit and of what I'm going to talk about it, because this is the part of the research that I was doing for the last few months or so for this project. So basically, what I'm going to talk about today is the manifestations of anti-Semitism in Croatia as a part of this larger research that Joanna was talking about. So what we were doing, first of all, since I don't have enough time to go into the details and I can only stick to my own country, although I'm quite familiar with other countries as well, but I'm going to stick only to my country and to discuss some specific manifestations of anti-Semitism, or something that I found relevant to think about or to discuss when we are basically approaching this problem of anti-Semitism. As Joanna put it before, it's interesting that the first thought that when we approach to this problem, what seems to me was that basically that there is like a very small amount of anti-Semitic expressions present in the public, especially you can rarely find out any physical attack on the members of Jewish community or something similar. of course, some graffiti and some this type of stuff can be found, but it's not something. It's not a major issue. So the first thought is that when you are approaching this problem, that basically that there is no anti-Semitism as you can find it somewhere else in some other Western European countries. So this media monitoring, what we were doing was basically was trying to figure it out where this potential anti-Semitic narratives can hide, in which type of narratives. So for the majority of countries, or basically for all countries that were doing the media monitoring, expressions of anti-Semitism can be found. So, but this was not the case in Croatia, because when we were doing that, we found out that there is not so many data, or that there's not enough data to do the time peaks. So we were doing the monitoring basically for the whole time period, for the whole 2019 and until the end of May 2020. And for me, as a researcher, this was actually a signal that manifestations of anti-Semitism might be hidden, or that anti-Semitism is not dominantly explicit, but that it can be, or it's probably wrapped up in some other types of narratives where anti-Semitism, as it's going to show, thrives successfully in its various implicit forms. So the lack of data when taking the time peaks only into account, basically was connecting also with the problem of sources. So because when we were investigating the manifestations of anti-Semitism in Croatia, I found out that the other sources in similar languages are interfere. So this is also something that that I had to do, or I have in mind when I was researching. So it was kind of it was a problematic, basically, to select sources that would work good for this type of research. So due to all these reasons, we decided, as I said, not to do the time peaks, but the whole period from 2019 to May 2020. The thing is, for what was interesting to me when I was doing this research, from my point of view, was the issue of the keywords that we were looking for. When we were trying to figure it out, how anti-Semitism works, how anti-Semitism appears in some narratives, we were basically looking at some appearances of the words like a Jew or something similar in our languages. But then, since Croatia has very specific history and symbolism related to Second World War, namely the legacy of the Ustasha regime that collaborated with Hitler and Mussolini. I thought that more nuanced and country-specific keywords would probably generate more results. But in terms of the results, which I think it's something that I probably have to talk about now, it's something that is important. We can, or I basically identified three major currents or three major narratives that is related to anti-Semitism. The first one is something also similar to what Joanna was talking about. This is the so-called traditional, or as I call it, the under the skin anti-Semitism that predominantly relies on older prejudices attributed to Jews, like connecting to Jews to some anti-Semitic stereotypes of being deceitful, cunning, crooked, money-oriented, Christ killers, and similar stuff. These can be these type of narratives can be found, in historical terms, like in from the earlier 20th century and on. But they're still alive. They're still persisting in the population. But the second one, it's something that actually appeared to be more relevant, it seems to me, like at this point of in this research. And that's the type of narratives there that are conspirational. In this context, these narratives are linked to the current accusations of global conspiracy led by prominent public Jewish figures like I don't know, like Soros, or those favoring Jews like Trump, or as well a perception of Israel and the U.S. as leading international political actors. The Jewish lobby to rule over the world. So this is something that actually for me was kind of surprising, because I didn't have an idea that the type of or this the the number of comments that I found on Facebook and other media, like especially in this type of social media that are related to this type of conspirational narratives. So I think it's something that we have to have in mind when approaching to this problem, because it seems to me that this pattern can be found in other Western Balkans, in other countries of the Western Balkans. And it seems to me that this type of narrative appears in time of crisis. It either be financial or political, related to the problem at the Middle East, like the relation of Israel and Palestine, or something similar, or now with the health crisis, as the previous speaker also pointed out. And the third one, which is, I think, the country-specific narrative, is this implicit anti-Semitism related to historical memorialization in Croatia. Basically, this type of narrative is an attempt to rehabilitate some instances of the this previous from the second various current discussions related to the death camp Jasenovac, in which the Stasi regime killed approximately 80,000 people. So this type of narrative is like the part of the major inner Croatian narrative related to the Second World War and the post-World War. So So basically, in that sense, we can sort out two fundamental anti-Semitic narratives. Like on the one level, we have like primary anti-Semitic narratives that is they're consisting of this old and new prejudices that I talked about, and this secondary type of anti-Semitic narratives that are, I would say, like in this context, country specific and related to historical memorialization. And finally, what this
Is there a problem with connection? Mr. Tsiyanovic, is there a problem with connection?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, everything's okay.
Sorry.
Please continue. Please continue.
I don't know if
Please continue.
I don't know when. Yeah, I don't know when I was disconnected.
You can start from
But
beginning.
basically,
Just joking.
okay, but so basically, as I said, like we figured out that there are two major narratives. I don't know if you hear that part, but this is something that I basically that crystallized after all, that they have this primary anti-Semitic narratives of old and new prejudices related to conspiracy and Jews having some stereotypical attributes, and this new type of narratives, which is or secondary type of anti-Semitic narratives that are very country specific. And in this part, and this is something that I'm going to conclude with, is something that I found interesting as a researcher, although it should, of course,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tsiyanovic, and thanks for all speakers. It was very interesting. I think, although I'm a Jew, I didn't take money to ask you some questions.
Okay.
And one of them is.
Sorry, it's just
Although
like
Jew,
it's disconnecting all the time, so I don't know. Like,
question, okay. The first question I think that will be interesting for our for the people who are watching us is that today there are many of the attacks of the Jews come mainly from radical Islam, and how can we solve this problem? Do you have some do you have some opinion about this very problem? Can we? Yes.
So maybe I'll answer just because looking over the data that we collected, there was actually very little evidence of it. So it was hinted at in a couple of countries, particularly ones where there were substantial Muslim communities, but it was actually quite isolated. I think it's something that's going to require a little bit more digging if somebody's interested in the topic, but we didn't find that there was a tremendous amount of it, and it was usually like quite localized. And so localized within communities where there was a local mufti who supported the views, basically. probably but it was one of these elements, as I mentioned before, of an imported new anti-Semitism, if you want, right? So it kind of rode in on the same wave as some of the huge anti-Soros narratives, for example, which was kind of interesting, and they tended to run in parallel. There wasn't, and there was probably less of it coming from the radical Islam, though you did see some threats to it. So I think it's an area. I can't give you a really satisfying answer because I think that there's just not enough evidence of where it comes from, apart from the fact that, again, it tends to like ride on the same waves of any kind of extremism, right? And so, but it ends up being quite localized, I think. At least that's what our research showed for now.
Okay, thanks. And some other opinion from Mr. Ruisen or Mr. Tsianovic?
Yes, yeah. Well, I think it's indeed important to realize that anti-Semitism has, well, let's say, as speakers already made clear, it has different phases. It is coming from different sides. It is coming from extreme left. It is coming from extreme right, I think. But we have to be, I think, realistic and to realize, I think, it is also coming from, maybe it depends on which country, about which country we are speaking, but I think it's also indeed coming from radical. It's an important point to discuss about that, and I think what's important is that we invest in the society, that we invest in respect for each other, and in integration of different groups, and that we learn in whole Europe how it is to live together and to respect that we are coming from different, that we have different. Let's say the society is really diverse, and I think that's one of the main elements we have to learn in Europe. That we also I think in education and so on, to learn as a basic value to respect each other.
Maybe also to add something, like if it's directly related to the question, but it's interesting, when we were doing this research that in these countries of Western Balkan, we can find that what Joanna was talking also about, that officially, many governments are basically condemning the anti-Semitism on this high-level politics, and then commemorating either the Holocaust or any events related to Holocaust. But then that this might be a problem, that this sort of radicalization or anti-Semitism is kind of like creeping into some instances of official discourse by when we have some events or some people who are sponsored or institutionally backed up for doing some revisionist politics. And I think it's something that is not just country specific for for Croatia, but it can be found in other countries in the Western Balkans, maybe somewhere else, but I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, thanks. And maybe it will be interesting. Is there a difference between radicalism and anti-Semitism? Is there a different type of people who are anti-Semitic and the other who are radicalist in general? Or this is?
I think it's
hard. Is there a different kind of people who are? One of them are only anti-Semitic with anti-Semitic feelings, or anti-Semitism is part of the whole radicalization of our continent?
I think it's.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
It's your turn. It's your turn. Sorry. Go ahead. Ladies first. Ladies first.
So I think it's difficult because, again, it goes back a little bit to what Jorge was saying, in the sense that it depends on what kind of anti-Semitism you're talking about, right? So that there's the very passive, latent anti-Semitism that many people don't acknowledge exists. And then there is, much more rare, I would say, right? As you said, like actual anti-Semitic incidents in terms of attacking places of worship or attacking schools and whatnot in the Western Balkans specifically is quite rare. It doesn't happen very often. Same way you very rarely, we didn't find a lot of incidences of, again, overt, aggressive, radical anti-Semitism. A lot of it was more passive, and then a lot of it was more tied within this kind of like broader tendency of xenophobia, quite frankly, than anything else, right? So it's a difficult question that you ask in terms of the Western Balkans specifically. I think that here too, it's worth noting that, again, what I kind of mentioned, that there's a tendency to substitute. So I think that part of the problem, but which will be Europe-wide, is this tendency to insularity. I'm not going to use the term nationalism because that's a little bit different, right? But there's a tendency towards insularity, of closing in that we are the ones who have suffered most, we are the ones who are right. And so as soon as you start doing that, you start excluding others, right, by definition. And so Jews, if you want, within these societies, they are a minority of a minority for the most part. Really, these are such tiny populations that it's almost ridiculous to think that they're going to be the target for everything. And so more it's the idea of this other, right? It's more the idea of this kind of like gray cardinal who controls other things, but which means that it's not personal. I'm not sure if this is answering your question tremendously well, but I do think that the difficulty of promoting insular national narratives and exclusive narratives that tend to either be aimed against your neighbors or against an idea of kind of a commonality in terms of a common Europe, by definition end up being, anti-Semitism is certainly a path for that.
Okay, some other opinions? Mr. Ruisten, Mr. Tsjanovic?
Yeah, maybe, well,
okay, Mr. Ruisten, you are...
Do you hear me? You don't hear me? Do you hear me? Okay, yeah. So speaking about radicalism, yeah, I think that's a really major threat for whole Europe. May I remind you what happened in Paris and France recently. So radicalism is a big threat, for our whole society. It's against our main values. It's against democracy. It's undermining as European values, quite very often indeed you it in combination also with anti-Semitism. But it's important to realize that you find also anti-Semitism in other parts of the society. It's not only in Muslim society. As I said earlier, it's also, you see it also in more left-orientated groups. And I think there's a close link, in my opinion, between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Speaking about the BDS, speaking about people who say, well, Israel don't have the right to exist. We have to destroy Israel. In my opinion, there's a close link between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. For me, it's I think that's also, we have to realize, and also when you're thinking about how can we solve these problems, we need also a kind of a debate on the Middle East and the right of Israel to exist. And in my opinion, we have to. You can't split that.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
just
maybe this provoked me to ask the other question. Many left-wing organizations in Western Europe use criticism of the state of Israel as a clever cover for their anti-Semitism. Is there a similar trend in our region, in the Balkans? Like Mr. Ruisen said a minute before, is there the same problem here in the Balkans?
Claudia, do you want to answer, at least for Croatia?
I didn't hear the question well, but
Okay.
I think that the
Many
question was about.
left-wing organizations in Western Europe use criticism of the state of Israel as a clever cover for their anti-Semitism. Is there a similar trend in our region?
Well, you know that I didn't in my monitoring I didn't find out that the left is doing that. Actually, in Croatia, we found a few populist figures, and this can be connected with the previous question of radicalism, because it seems to me that some instances of populism are linked to radicalism. So it's not like being particularly left or particularly right wing, but some, as I said, like in Croatia at least, there were a few figures who are populist figures and who were doing exactly that, what you said, like that they were criticizing Israel, but like not really, not substantially in terms of the Israeli politics, but I think that this was the cloak for doing something else. So at least in Croatian context, it was more populist than left wing. But maybe Joanna knows more about that in some other countries.
No, and the other ones I would say there was criticism of Israel from the point of view of their human rights record, particularly in the context of Palestine. I would not say that we encountered any specifically anti-Zionist tropes in the sense that there weren't really any narratives either from the left or the right questioning the right of the state of Israel to exist per se, which is good, I would say. But I wouldn't say that was a strong trend. But I'll agree with Claudia. It was not necessarily right or left. There wasn't that. I mean, there was more. It was more of a populist, as he says, approach, if anything. But in terms of like flat out questioning the right of the Jewish state, we didn't really come across that so much.
I was provoked about this question because in Bulgaria, through the times of communism, there was anti-Zionism, anti-state of Israel feelings here in Bulgaria. Bulgaria has very good connections with Palestine, and we've got no diplomatic relations with Israel. So that's why I said that very many left-wing organizations here in Bulgaria thinks that the state of Israel is enemy. So that was that was the reason of my question. And maybe the last question, because the time is yes, and what is the biggest challenge in the fight against anti-Semitism in the Balkans? But mainly here, yes, in the Balkans mainly.
If I can answer shortly, I mean it's from the perspective that I was doing it from the perspective of one society, Croatian society. For me, it's I would say that this this type of revisionism, that is not explicit but it's implicit, and when the historians are trying to rewrite the history in a different way, either to deny or to for example to portray the scope of crimes, or not done, not linked to the, not for example to the Stasi regime. This is what is going on in Croatia. So I would say this is revisionism, of course, and there are some other sorts like of newest instances of anti-Semitism, but this is something that I found here interesting.
Okay, Mr. Ruisen, do you have opinion about
Yes, well,
challenges
as you can understand,
in the Balkans?
I don't hear your question. The connection was not good, but you were speaking about the Balkans. Can you repeat your question?
What is the biggest challenge in the fight of the fight against anti-Semitism in the Balkans?
Yeah, well, I'm not so familiar with the situation in the Balkans, as you can understand, but speaking for whole Europe, I really think that,
Okay,
well,
yes, of
first
course.
of all, it starts. Do you hear me? Yeah. First of all, it starts with
Yes.
awareness. It starts with awareness. We have to be aware that anti-Semitism also in our days is really present, and that it has different phases. So that's important. It starts with awareness, and my second point is, I think as politicians we can take measures and so on, and think about sanctions or something like that. But so I think the most important thing is it all starts in our families, on our schools. So it all starts with the question: which kind of values are we sharing with our children? Do we learn our children to respect each other? Also, people having another identity. I think that's the main point, to invest in education in families and at schools.
Okay, thanks. And maybe some final words from Mrs. Rokozinska.
I mean, I'll echo that education is important, I think. But then what Gloria mentioned, the challenge with that is the revisionism. And so obviously there's a tendency to interpret and reinterpret history through your own national lens, which doesn't necessarily lead to anything like an objective truth, right? So I think that we have to be cautious with that. I do think that one of the potentially easier fixes is to close the gap between the declarative statements on the level of the politicians and the legislation and regulations that exist on paper, and how they're actually implemented and enacted on the ground. So closing that gap would also, I think, go quite far in helping this situation, in terms of, again, like raising awareness so that everybody's on the same page, in the sense that hate speech is hate speech is hate speech, regardless of who it's at, and it is punishable and it's not tolerable. So I think that more clarity on that is probably a good idea. But then there's also a lot of local sensitivities that have to be accounted for, I think. And I mean, I don't think that there's enough conversations to understand what those are and start working through that. But it's a process, as it were.
Okay, thank you all for participating in this panel, and I think it was very interesting. There were so many questions, we answered them. So thank you very much, and Shabbat Shalom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to thank the panelists from the third panel and the moderator, Alexander Sidi, who discussed anti-Semitism in the Western Balkans. However, there were some issues I disagree with. I would like to hear from Mr. Jambaski. They said that anti-Semitism is not an issue in Europe and it doesn't matter where it comes from. One of the questions from Mr. Sidi was whether radical left organizations use the criticism towards the State of Israel as a good cloak for anti-Semitism. And the second interesting question had to do with anti-Semitism from radical Islamists, because in Western Europe we see that a situation in which anti-Semitic incidents, the attacks against Jews, against synagogues, don't come from radically right organizations, but quite the opposite, from radical Islamists who substitute the agenda of these societies, including in countries like Germany, the past of which we know about, and they try to cover anti-Semitic incidents in order not to be accused with Islamophobia. What do you think? To be politically correct, I'd like to add, it's a shame for a huge part of the public speakers in Western European societies that they cover up the radicalization of some of the Islamic communities. And please note that many of the people who carry out terrorist attacks in Western Europe come from the Balkans. If I'm not mistaken, some of the people who carried out attacks in Germany came from the Balkans. As far as I know, the largest Muslim community, historical community, people born there, these are the heirs of these Christian people who were Islamized during the Ottoman presence. Later, these communities became part of our nations, and it's a fact. This is an introduction to the topic. It's a fact that the Bulgarian Muslims, Bulgarians who determine themselves as Bulgarians but with Islam faith, are our brothers Bulgarians. But the topic about Islam on the Balkans is a very interesting one, but it's different from the topic of Islam in Western Europe, because Islam in Western Europe, especially of late, is a result of the several waves of migration westwards. These are young people, very radical. And I'm speaking about those people radicalizing young people in Belgium, Germany. They don't respect Western countries or their way of life. And by the way, they have as an objective the temples of the Jewish Authority, their cultural institutions, and so on. They target them. We have witnessed such aggression on multiple occasions. It's a shame for Western society public speakers to cover up such crimes, because these are the true hate crimes. We have heard numerous accusations focused on our society. And if we come back to the topic of the Republic of North Macedonia, you'll see how the basics of a nation different from the Bulgarian one is based on a false thesis on the basis of fascism and anti-fascism. But public speakers, if I may say so, the opinion leaders, when we speak about hate speech, xenophobia from the circles of Muslim authorities, Muslim communities in Western Europe are covered up and they avoid the topic. Why? Because they are responsible for what is happening, because uncontrolled migration does not happen on its own. It happens because of their wrong policy and because of having imposed a multicultural model aiming at attracting as many people as possible from outside the European continent. And authors of this idea is that religion or identity don't matter, but what matters is for us to live in a melting pot. And they insist that there is no division on the along the national, religious, or even gender basis, and they claim that we should be a melting pot without its own self-determination on these principles. These are the mottos of such ultra-left policy. If you come back to the 1920s, you'll see that some of the leaders of the Soviet Revolution follow these ideas about a new social construct in which there would be no family. You know that the main fight of the organizers of this revolution against the family, against the existing ways of life, they spoke about a utopic world without ownership. There will be one fridge, one community without any ownership. This is a severe utopia. All the leaders of this policy are communists, GUE, socialists, Greens, liberals, and the left part of the EPP. And when you raise the issue, why do you tolerate having anti-Semitic messages coming from these circles? They try to run away from the topic. This cannot happen. I'd like to turn our attention to something else to do with the Western Balkans and Islam. I'd like to focus your attention on the role of the Turkish President, Mr. Erdogan. Through several foundations, one of which is TIKA, Mr. Erdogan is implementing the theory outlined by his former foreign minister, Mr. Davutoglu, who wrote a fundamental work that Turkey should Turkey should turn away from Kemalist Turkey and to turn to the Ottoman Empire. His work was called Strategic Depth. However, there are Muslim communities in Bulgaria, in the Republic of North Macedonia, in Kosovo, of course in Albania, of course, and even in Montenegro and in Serbia. So Mr. Davutoglu wrote this work, Strategic Depth, and Mr. Erdogan started following it very closely. However, there is a huge problem in the Republic of North Macedonia, and the government there started opposing the activity of TIKA Foundation, which started turning the mosques into centers for neo-Ottoman propaganda. So Turkey is expanding its influence in Western Europe. In the Netherlands, there is a party with the same name as the party of Mr. Erdogan. It even has its municipal councillors. During the referendum for turning the Kemalist Republic into a form of post-Ottoman or neo-Ottoman state headed by Erdogan, like a new sultan. He made a round in Western Europe, tried to preach in Germany. He wasn't allowed in many countries. Bulgaria, when we speak about Muslim population, the Balkans are, in his idea, in the idea of Erdogan, Platzdarm for an expansion. And it's a very clear thing, very visible, thanks to the efforts of the Council of Ministers. A huge part of these foundations, including of the Gulen foundations, which are not less risky. There are no good guys in the battle between the Gulen fans and the Tika fans. There were serious attempts for radicalization of Roma communities in many places, like in Pazardzhik, for example, around the Bulgarian town of Hasku. There were flags of Islamic State there. We should be very careful and vigilant on all levels, intelligence, counterintelligence. At the school level, we have always claimed that religious leaders of the Bulgarian Muslims should have studied in Bulgaria. They should be loyal Bulgarian citizens. They should preach in Bulgarian, not in Arabic, because Bulgarian Muslims don't know Arabic. We should not let them become Arabized. If you have been to the Rhodope Mountains, to the Mesta River Valley in Czech, Bulgarian Muslims, who are the majority in some villages, they don't know Arabic at all. And the radical elements from abroad, the people with the beards, they preach in Arabic. This is a step towards future radicalization, and this is very risky and dangerous. We spoke about the external influence, foreign influence on part of Syria, China, on the Western Balkans, but we seem to have underestimated the influence of Turkey. The new neo-Ottoman ideology doesn't stop in the previous limits of the Ottoman Empire, but even further westwards. Mr. Erdogan today made a statement in his party congress, and they don't stop. If the China's influence is global, is a global threat from the part of the interests of China to diminish the interests of to make EU weaker and the interests of Russia energy, the threat of neo-Ottomanism is a threat for the territorial integrity of the countries on the Balkans. I asked my previous interlocutors how could they comment on the words of Erdogan, that an old Turkish guy told him, "We're waiting for you to come back for 100 years." So he claims they're waiting for the Turkey to come back. So we shouldn't underestimate this real threat, because Erdogan shows that he solves his internal problems with external interferences. He leads a war in Syria, Libya, recently finished the war in the Caucasus with success. He managed to support with equipment the Azeris. So he continues his aggressive rhetoric towards Greece, Cyprus. So he's threatening Mr. Macron, the president of France. So he has a circular defense opening a door towards Bulgaria. But you see that today he welcomed and he greeted the Congress of the Movement for Rights and Freedoms. When you have a pro-new Ottoman party governed by Erdogan. The Bulgarian movement for rights and freedom was the lesser bad, but now they started flirting with Erdogan as well. Imagine what would happen if we have another leader of a country which has interest in Bulgaria appears on another party's congress. Imagine a similar situation with another country. The threat of Islamism in Bulgaria and in the Balkans isn't a myth but a reality. We should be very vigilant and keep an eye on what is happening in the Bulgarian Muslim communities. Secondly, we should keep an eye on the preachers in these Roma communities who, unlike the Sunni existing preachers, they have many old traditions. However, in the Roma communities, things can take a turn which is not good, and we shouldn't underestimate this. Thank you, Mr. Jambaski, for this analysis. I believe that you managed to summarize the last 3 panels from the morning, starting from the disinformation, security, defense, and anti-Semitism, and the problem against attacking against different communities and how they're integrated in Western Europe. I think that we managed to summarize the topic so far very well. Now it's time to go back to the topic about the Western Balkans, and if we manage to place good geostrategic framework, I believe that the next statement, the keynote speech of Mr. Bogdanov will cast a nice perspective on what we talked about. Mr. Krastimir Bogdanov is a member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Bulgaria, Vice Chairman of the Foreign Policy Committee. He's from VMRO BND, and he will present a historical analysis of the current situation within the Western Balkans and how we got there. Krastimir Bogdanov.
За мен е удоволствие, че мога да изложа становището на ВМРО и на нашите депутати по отношение на българската позиция за Западните Балкани. Западните Балкани са един изключително важен регион в историческото и съвременното развитие на европейския континент. Те винаги са били един център на контакт между различни цивилизации и това е отредило съдбата им на стратегическо място, което винаги е предизвикало интересите на великите сили или на държави, които са имали определен подчертан интерес към Средиземноморието и към Балканския регион. Не случайно в голям период от своето съществуване тези страни са били част от по-големи общности, по-големи обединения. Да не кажа, че и в по-големия период от своето съществуване е било така. Като започнем от Римската империя, която наследява античното културно-историческо наследство, преминавайки през Източната Римска империя, Византия, разбира се, българската държава, както я наричат повечето европейски учени, средновековната българска империя, която е заемала средично място на Балканския полуостров. По-късно, след нашествието на османските турци, така отново тези народи са подвластни на империя и живеят поставени в условия, които така затрудняват тяхното национално, етническо, религиозно развитие и дават сериозен отпечатък в по-нататъчното състояние на тези етноси и народи. И в по-ново време, наред с Османската империя и Австро-Унгария, има сериозно влияние в този регион, а през 20 век изкуствено създадената държава Югославия обединява Западните Балкани, като по този начин привидно зад идеята за единство, тези народи са поставени в трудно положение, тъй като не могат да постигнат своите национални цели, своето национално развитие. Всички тези неща са се отразили много сериозно върху развитието на балканските народи и Западните Балкани така до голяма степен останаха откъснати от развитието на общоевропейския процес и то в едни важни години, когато рухваше комунизма, когато падаха стени, когато на Европа се обединяваше, като че ли Западните Балкани останаха някакъв източник не само на напрежение, не само на етнически и военни конфликти, но те останаха изолирани от общото развитие на европейския континент. И в тази връзка България като че ли се явява най-сериозният поддръжник на разширението на Европейския съюз по посока на Западните Балкани. Не случайно, именно по време на българското председателство през 2018 година, този въпрос, който беше периферен в европейската политика до този момент, се превърна в нейн централен. Българското председателство го постави като такъв. Започнаха сериозни разговори, обсъждания на темата за бързата интеграция и бяха постигнати немалко резултати и към момента може да кажем, че две от страните, Сърбия и Черна гора, продължават да водят своите преговори, да работят по затварянето на нови глави в преговорите за членство в Европейския съюз. Други две държави, Албания и Република Северна Македония, вече все още не са започнали преговорите. Това е една така доста сериозна и дълга тема, от която мисля, ще е малко по-обширно да разискваме, но отново тези народи така дават заявка за своето европейско бъдеще и Босна и Херцеговина и Косово, които изпитват сериозни затруднения в развитието на общо европейския процес. Босна и Херцеговина има изпратена пътна карта с изисквания, които трябва да изпълни, докато при Косово проблемите са малко по-сериозни, тъй като страната не е призната от няколко държави членки на Европейския съюз, които така все още не могат да възприемат този начин като и тази държава като реален субект на международното право. Това, което може да се каже като обща характеристика за тези страни е, че повечето от тях изпитват сериозни проблеми с върховенството на закона, най-общо казано. При тях така, проявите на корупция не мога да кажа, че са правило, но не са изключение. Имат сериозни проблеми с това, има сериозни проблеми с свободата на медиите, не случайно и много често именно в Западните Балкани се появяват такива информации за оказване на политически натиск, икономически и така нататък върху медиите. И това, което обикновено се избягва да се коментира в европейските институции, са причините, които са създали обстановката такава, каквато е. Те са свързани както с народопсихологията на съответните нации, така и с появата на нови такива, с опитите за вмешателство на външни сили, но най-вече в 20 век и неговата втора половина със съществуването на държавата Югославия, която обединява народи, които принципно и в исторически план не са имали обща история помежду си. И това предизвиква в края на 80-те години на 20 век не само възникването на етнически конфликти между съответните народности, които живеят там, но води и до тежки обременености в резултат на войните, които пък последваха кървавия разпад на Югославия. И тези рани днес, макар и до известна степен заличени от времето, продължават да съществуват все още. Те са свързани както с религиозно, така и с етническо и културно разделение. Тази стара линия, която очертаят границите, които са били под властта на Австро-Унгарската империя и тези, които са били в Османската империя, също не са за пренебрегване. Но това, което е особено тревожното е, че част от държавите от Западните Балкани не се разделиха с постулатите и с тези идеологически възгледи, които са от времето на комунистическото управление на страните. В този смисъл, в една част от тези държави все още не са отворени досиетата, не е дадена цялата истина за тоталитарната система в тях, с жертвите, които са понесли големи страдания по време на комунистическите режими. И лично за мен е неприемливо това, че част от европейските лидери като че ли по чисто геостратегически причини се опитват да си затворят очите за такива проблеми, които наистина са съществени. Разширяването на Европа и на Европейския съюз, нашия общ дом, е един много важен процес, който трябва да продължи, но той трябва да продължи след изчистване на всички напластявания от миналото с разкриване и доказване на историческата истина и един катарзис, който трябва да преживеят определени държави, за да могат да бъдат равностоен и сигурен партньор на другите страни членки на Европейския съюз. В този аспект мога да кажа, че България безрезервно подкрепя Албания по пътя на нейното европейско членство. Албания доказа в последните години, естествено съпътствано от проблеми, както всички други страни, както и ние сме били в времето, когато преговаряхме за членство с Европейския съюз, но показа, че има модерен европейски подход в воденето на политика, във външно-политическите отношения и в немалка степен изключително толерантното и отношение към националните малцинства. Тук мога да спомена един факт, който засяга лично нас, българите, тъй като преди 3 години албанския парламент гласува закон за малцинствата, в който направи една съществена промяна и призна правата на българското национално малцинство там. Ние сме изключително удовлетворени от този подход. Същевременно, като антипод на тази политика, мога да дам страната, която се намира гранична с Албания, с България, Република Северна Македония. След като 28 години нейният европейски път беше блокиран от Гърция поради опити за кражба на културно-историческо наследство и на събития, факти и личности от античната история. Най-после с договора от Преспа беше постигнато това споразумение с Гърция. Бяха подобрени отношенията с България в резултат на подписването на договор за приятелство, добросъседство и сътрудничество, който беше сключен между премиерите Борисов и Заев. И България с огромна надежда погледна на възможността Северна Македония да стане член на Европейския съюз.
Thank you for your analysis, Mr. Bogdanov. I cannot but agree with you. The Western Balkan countries need to reconcile with the past and face the costs of communism and totalitarian systems. And this is what many member states of the European Union have been through. We, the countries from Central and Eastern Europe, have been through this more or less successfully. But this is a step that you need to make in order to integrate with the European Union. Well, dear viewers, listeners, now it's time for our last panel, last but not least in terms of importance, because this will be on youth policies and the young political leaders from the Western Balkans. I have the honor to present to you Marta Moretto, who will moderate this panel. We have participants from Bulgaria, Serbia, North Macedonia, Montenegro. You have the floor, Madam Chair.
civic movement in Montenegro, Joela Amati from Albania, President of the European Democracy Youth Network, Milos Nikolic from Serbia, President of the Libertarian Club Libek, Christian Shuarek, the Bulgarian liaison officer for the ECR, and Amir Verza from Bosnia and Herzegovina, municipal councillor in Sarajevo. We will start with Stefan Andronovsky in North Macedonia. Stefan, as an MP, what direction do you see parliament and legislation going to try to address brain drain?
Thank you very much. I hope that we can hear each other well. There were some technical issues in the beginning. I would like to thank the organizers for this panel, and I hope that we will have an interesting discussion. Having been in a political party that is in opposition now, I will talk about three themes that describe the current situation with the youth. I think the same ones go hand in hand for the whole of the Balkans, but for Macedonia, they're more, I'd say, more specific. The first one is lockdown. I think that this label that it has been used for the year 2020 worldwide has a more dramatic effect on more fragile countries, such as the countries in Western Balkans. In Macedonia, it was felt among the youth in two ways. It was a mainly two-way street. People that were functionally literate beforehand, so I mean people working in the business sector, business people, or people that work in academia, survived the closed out marginally better. So the things that have happened this past year and the whole economic crisis that followed the pandemic. They try to employ new digital skills, engage in online commerce, and the politics followed them very easily because they were the ones that are easy to follow. However, in this past year, we have 49,390 new unemployed people, most of which are youngsters, and most of which were in this hospital area, walking on the edge, as we want to say, working in restaurants, in hotels, in this gray zone. So it was very difficult for them to cope with the crisis and to continue forward. The government, unfortunately, hasn't done much for those people, and they're left on the side, so to speak, apart from some debit cards with 100 euros on them that were passed in before the elections in July, as you probably know. The second is a more traditional problem that we face, is called missed chances. So Macedonia was the first one in the region to sign the Stabilization and Association Agreement in the early 2000s. In this time, enlargement was a top issue in all of Europe, and it was very easy for countries to move forward with the processes of enlargement. However, we got stuck, unfortunately, there. Since 2005, we are a candidate country for joining the European Union, and since 2009, we have received positive recommendation to start negotiations. So 11 years since then, we still have the date question. And this term, the date that we're waiting for opening of these negotiations, has become a mirage for us, a fata morgana, so to speak, for this whole decade. So it describes this whole years, and youngsters have lived through this. So if we take back time and we see that in 2005, children that were born, they're now 15 years of age, starting high school. Their whole lives have been about a date for opening negotiations with the European Union. That said, the approval rating for the EU has been in the 80th percentiles, hasn't been falling dramatically, so it's revolving around that number of 80. That's much to credit for the main political parties. Most of them have declared publicly support for the European Union and have worked hard in terms of starting these negotiations and doing what's needed to be done in terms of reforms. However, big expectations usually bring big disappointments, and that is a rule. There is a rule that the vacuum in power balance is always filled. So I'm afraid that with this situation nowadays in Macedonia, we are to see something that has happened 2010, 2011 after the the Bucharest summit for NATO. So when we did not get the invitation to join NATO, somewhat bad tendencies started to emerge in the country domestically. So unfortunately, we might expect something like that to happen in the future. And the last term that is the youngsters are facing, and with regards to your question, is the term apathy. So the most coherent tendency in Macedonia these past 15 years is brain drain. And unlike in distant past when Macedonians were fleeing because of communism, because of poverty, and they were lower class manual workers, in the past 10, 15 years, those people are highly educated engineers, doctors, artists, and they're leaving because of health concerns, because of the environment, because of the economy that is not supporting them, and it's becoming a question of dignity. With regards to analysis, it's very difficult because migration data is not available and is not updated. This is the case for most of the Balkans, including Macedonia, unfortunately, and there is very difficult to strategize when you don't have the specific numbers. But this, of course, means that the human capital of the country is decreasing dramatically, while the education costs are raising for the country to produce cadre that then is leaving from the country. According to one analysis by Western Balkans Democracy Initiative, in Serbia, in Macedonia, spends are around 15,000 euros per person, who is then leaving the country to work in Germany or Sweden or the United Kingdom or elsewhere. That is combined with the natural increase of the population, which is negative as a trend in the past 15 to 20 years. It's a very bleak, I'm arriving to a very bleak conclusion, because if this trend continues, the future for young Macedonians is dark, and it's very gray, and it's probably packed in a suitcase and with a one-way ticket to a Western European country. And I believe that the veto that we saw with the European Council for open negotiations, combined with the crisis that is happening the past year, only exacerbates this condition and this conclusion. I believe that a strong movement has to be done, first domestically within the country. We have to have change in terms of government and in terms of bringing new and capable people to lead the country, but also as a support from our neighbors in the Western Balkans and Europe at large, if we want to achieve a more strategic movement towards stopping this brain drain or decreasing the amount and the percentage. With this, I would like to thank everyone, and if you have any questions, I'm very glad to answer them.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you for underlining the importance of the role of young generation in decision making, and to address the issue of brain drain. And now next it's Montenegro. Milan, what is the situation now in Montenegro, and what is needed to impact this situation?
Well, thank you. I hope everyone can hear me well. First of all, I would like to thank the Western Balkan Summit, New Direction, and International Republican Institute for giving me the floor with other distinguished panelists. A few words about myself. My name is Milan Đaković. I'm a youth wing chairman of Civic Movement URA, member of main board and presidency, and as of Monday, I'm advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister in Montenegro's first democratically elected government. So it is a great honor for me to have such an impact on decision making in the future. As you know, for the last 30 years, Montenegro had the same party in power. As a matter of fact, the same person in power. And we have never in our history since 1905, when we had our first parliament, our first elections, changed the government in elections. It was always changed in some major crises, such as First World War, Second World War, or the fall of communism. In my view, coming from a party that really cherishes young people, our leader, who became deputy prime minister, is a young person. Half of our MPs, local councillors, they're all young people, and I think that's the part of this change we had. We had people who really understood the problems the young generations are facing with, and that resulted in a good turnout of young people in this year's elections, which eventually resulted in the first democratic change of government. So I believe it's essential for young people to go out and vote. This year's result is that we had, for the first time in our history, an expert government. So apart from Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, none of the cabinet ministers are members of any party. They are independent experts. We have ministers of finances who worked in the major banks, major global banks, and who have come here, also young people who have come here and sacrifice maybe a much better earning to come and help their country. So I think this process can be reversed if we offer young people a chance to actually help their country, if we give them a voice. Montenegro has a lot of problems for the past 30 years, and one of them has to do with youth unemployment. So I'm going to just give you a few pre-COVID numbers. So I think now we don't have any surveys, but I think situation is much worse. So pre-COVID numbers is youth unemployment is at 30%, and it's even worse when it comes to young women. It's around 40%. If we take into account that almost 80% of all the jobs in Montenegro are in service industry, which was most affected by COVID crisis, then I think a lot of young people, the majority of young people in Montenegro are now unemployed. And that leads to another survey which says that it's more than 70% of young people in Montenegro wish to leave Montenegro and go to another European country. I think we here in Montenegro need to have large systematic changes. That's what's necessary. But in the end, the only way for Montenegro and the entire region, honestly, are Euro integrations. They are a way forward, and that comes also at a cost. If we do not prepare properly for Euro integrations, we might end up with even more migration once there's a free flow of workers and goods. So in that sense, I think the new initiative we have now in the region called Mini Schengen could be good and could prepare our economy, our market, and our societies in the region to enter EU and become more competitive, to make our employers more competitive. And also, we need to rethink where do we invest, where we want to create more jobs. Tourism isn't a solution for Montenegro anymore. Agriculture even isn't a solution. We need more investments in IT sector, in finances, in transport, in that sort of stuff. And I'm very glad that the new government has seen that and is making steps in order to secure more job growth in those sectors, because tourism sectors don't provide the well-paying jobs, and that's sometimes the only thing that's left for young people. I come from a seaside town where there's a lot of tourists, and the only solution for a young person is to work as a waiter. Although they may have a university degree, everything that's left for them is to maybe work as a waiter during the summers, because there aren't any jobs in the real sector. But again, I'm saying I'm glad that some things have started to change, and they all come down to youth participation, young people realizing the importance they have in the society and taking matter into their own hands, taking their freedom, going out to vote, and in the end, hopefully improving their own situations. That's it for now, and I would like to answer any more additional questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Milan, and thank you for underlining the importance of EU integration, the importance of regional cooperation to give, I would say, hope to the young people in Montenegro and in the region. Now we pass to our next speaker, Joela. Joela is completing a 2-year term as the president of the European Democracy Youth Network, which includes more than 200 members from 22 countries in Central and Eastern Europe. Brain drain is a topic that EDIN Network has prioritized in its activities. what approaches do you see the members taking?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here today on this panel. I'm definitely learning a lot from my colleagues as well here today. So, of course, brain drain is the most worrying issue we're dealing with right now in the Balkans. That's something we all agree on, but I would prefer to focus more on the causes of brain drain and the solutions instead of just discussing it as a problem. And I think that as with many other issues, the root cause of this problem is not only the lack of economic opportunity, but it's also the ineffective state institutions, corruption sometimes, and the long-lasting feeling that changes are not happening or that they are happening very slowly. So in more direct terms, young people leave not only because they don't think they'll have a good career, but they also leave because they don't think or they don't feel like they can change their country's political situation if they participate, and sometimes they maybe feel that they cannot rely on healthcare system in case them or their families will need it someday, and that the government maybe won't steal from them in some way. But just like my colleague from North Macedonia mentioned, although Western Balkan governments have made various strategies, you would find actually very little analysis on the benefits we've had so far from immigration, how this process can be reversed, and also what is needed for that to happen. And of course, data is very important when these measures are planned. It must be known who is coming, also who is leaving, with what skills, with what qualifications, and also if there is any possibility for them to come back. Because only by doing so, only by having enough information and data, we will be able not only to prepare strategies and policies, but also to convince those who have left to return. Because I think that right now governments are undertaking measures without having the right information. Also, I think that young people, like members of European Democracy Youth Network, which I've had the pleasure to lead in the past 2 years, can also play a role to reduce brain drain. Even though it doesn't seem like it sometimes, young people actually have a lot of power to make things happen politically, because we are literally the future of our countries. And we just need to organize effectively across traditional divisions, I think, in society, but also between countries, But in any way, I think that the key is solidarity. We'll only be able to put the right kind of pressure on political forces and on government to make policies we want only if we work together. So I think these roundtables are also a very good opportunity for us to not only share opinions, but also to connect with each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Joela, you underline very important point, the needs especially to go to the root cases of the brain drain, and then to start and to use the analysis done on the root causes to find solutions. And you underlined also the important role that the youth can have in again in changing the situation, inverting this trend. Now we pass to our next speaker, Milos Nikolic. Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, North Macedonia ranked in the top 5 countries most affected by brain drain, according to the World Economic Forum in 2020. How do you see this news being received in Serbia, and what are the reactions?
First of all, thank you for invitation, and it's really an honor to be part of this panel and this conference. Brain drain is part of much larger problem of depopulation in Serbia. This is probably, I would say, the most dangerous social change, which is not so visible because it is slow. Just to remind you, Serbia has 7 million people, And this problem is maybe becoming more visible when we look at the numbers, exact numbers. Each year, around 60,000 people left Serbia. Each year, we also have 38,000 people less because of the fertility rates. Also, by 2050, Serbia will have almost 30% less people than today. Now, I don't like term brain drain, but I don't like even more the fact that we are investing taxpayers' money in someone's education and professional development, and then we see that some person going out and increasing productivity of some other economies. Now, okay, we have remittances, but we cannot rely on remittances from abroad because they are unstable and they don't have good economic effects. I mean, they have bad economic effects on labor market and on monetary policy. Now, there is no easy solutions for brain drain. I mean, it's obvious there are no single solution, but we can see some short-term solutions, I would say. For example, we can work more on supporting circular migration. In this field of circular migration, it is crucial to establish some productive relations between government, business associations, so private sector, and NGOs. In our case, in Serbia, we do have some good examples. For example, NGO Returning Point. It's a kind of community platform which provides help and support from administrative things to logistics, employment, education, and so on. On the other hand, there are some solutions which are like more long-term solutions. These are, for example, reform of immigration laws. So idea is to have more liberal, more inclusive, more open laws so people can much easier come and work in Serbia in some specific fields. We can, for example, reform residence rights, how high-skilled immigrants can easily be integrated into labor market. Of course, each country has some specific economic areas, some specific advantages. For example, in case of Serbia, we do have a really great sector of IT and the tech industry. It's the fastest growing sector in Serbian economy. It's the most valuable sector. There are many good initiatives connecting Serbia with United States. For example, there are network of Serbian entrepreneurs, which is based in Silicon Valley, or Tesla Nation, which is a kind of a new initiative that connect investors, entrepreneurs, and inventors. Systematic solutions, of course, are based on reform of education. In Serbia, we do have dual education. It's going very well, but this program must be followed by further economic development in Serbia. When it comes to political solutions, I would like to emphasize there are some potentials in creating a Balkan single market. I will agree with Milan from Montenegro. I do think that it's a great initiative. It creates more options, it lower costs, it makes faster trade without barriers, and hopefully it expands a labor market. Of course, we must always have in mind that this mini Schengen zone or Balkan single market, it cannot be seen as an alternative to EU. This can only be seen as a vehicle how to improve economic relations with EU. For example, when we talk about our case, Serbia has an export to region less than 18% of our export, and with EU countries we have export around 67%. We also can address some innovative solutions like special economic zones, which are very good because of these spillover beneficial effects to wider society. These are good also for some political disputes that we have in regions. So I would like to emphasize that possibility as well. At the end, probably the most important thing, and I would agree with Joela, institutions. We have in Serbia one really good econometric model that was made by Fiscal Council of Serbia, and they projected that immigration of young and highly skilled population will increase in Serbia between 20 to 30% in next 5 years, even with higher economic growth that our government is projecting. They found out that in that model that if we strengthen rule of law, if we tackle high corruption, if we significantly improve quality of public services, then at some point we can lower these trends and we can have like 10 to 15% slower immigration to developed Western countries. For example, Croatia is a good example. They have much higher brain drain than Lithuania or Latvia, where average net salary is lower than in Croatia. So at the end of the day, salary is not the only factor that is that is crucial. We must talk about institutions and rule of law. So my conclusion would be, let's have our brains focus on institutions and economic prosperity, or brains of our people will continue to find a way to other institutions and to other economic prosperities, but outside of our countries of Western Balkans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Milos. Well, it was meaningful that you point out the importance of migration policy, but as other colleagues of yours before you, also the issue of focusing on mini Schengen as a perspective for wider market for young people. Now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Christian Schwarek. As an ECR representative, you probably have a bit of insider's view on this issue at the European level. What should the EU do differently?
What they should do differently when it comes to the brain drain of young people in the Balkans, or when it comes specifically to the issues facing the Balkans, because I believe, first of all, I'd like to thank all the previous panelists for delving into the economic and administrative, let's call it, side of the brain drain as deeply as they could. I don't think I can really add anything more in terms of the fact that simply, well, let's face it, the Balkans are poorer than Western Europe. The Balkans are quite next to Western Europe, which makes it simply very lucrative for the region to lose as many young people as possible, because it simply can. I mean, if the Balkans had an ocean between them and Western Europe, this wouldn't be the case, as it isn't with other regions. But we have both the blessing and, in some ways, the curse of being right next to the most developed region in the world. So it's not really that much of a surprise why we're losing so many people. It's not exactly that we should be complacent in it. We shouldn't be accepting it. But on the other hand, we shouldn't really be as self-judgmental as to why it's happening. I mean, in the end, having 400-500 kilometers away from you, the so-called blue banana, the most developed and rich, prosperous place in the world, is really a recipe for disaster, for demographic disaster in terms of losing people towards it. However, I like to be a bit more optimistic. Other countries in Eastern Europe, other post-socialist countries, more to the north of us, had the same problem. Poland lost massive amounts of people to its initial migration towards the West, and then it reversed the trend. And for the past few years, it's actually been winning. It's actually been bringing back more people than losing towards the West, simply because the economic situation has developed a lot more since then. Same thing happened in certain areas of the Baltics, like Estonia. Same thing has going on in Czechia and Slovakia for the past few years. So in the end, even though things might seem a bit grim, as long as we continue on our trend of economic development, we will end up with a sort of migration parity towards the West. More people will begin to come back than they leave, same as they already did in Poland, in Estonia, in Czechia, in Slovakia, etc. This is really just it's more of a numbers issue, not that much of a debate. I think what the debate should more focus on, or at least it'd be a bit more interesting if we focused a bit more on the other issue here, is what things could happen in the Balkans to push more people away. I think we are all just taking for granted that the region will be stable, the region will be prosperous, and eventually it will sort of either fix its administrative and political issues or become rich enough to hold on to its young people. I am not as optimistic in terms of that, because I feel that there are a lot of dangers, a lot of threats for the very stability of the Balkans, which could eventually lead to a situation where we have increased our economic prosperity, but then we are pushing young people away simply because of other instability issues that make young people run away, escape certain regions because of, for example, conflicts, because of hatred, because of instability on the cultural, demographic, and political scale. We are never talking about this as if it's not going to happen, as if we do not live in the region that was literally called the powder keg of Europe. In the end, I do not agree with Francis Fukuyama that history has ended and we're never again going to see anything bad happen, anything dangerous happen. On the contrary, I think that there's a lot of things we have to look at in terms of purely cultural instability issues, so that we do not end up in a situation where, in fact, we're not losing thousands but hundreds or millions of people, like they did in Syria just a few years ago. If I could quickly just pinpoint a few issues that I think could be potentially dangerous for our region, and perhaps we can afterwards discuss them. A few years ago, I wrote an article pinpointing sort of the three geographic directions of Eastern Europe, south, west, and east specifically, as sources of potential geopolitical danger for the region. And I firmly believe that the same thing applies for the Balkans as well. If I can just quickly go through each one of them, and perhaps we can have a bit of a chat afterwards. From the south, I believe that both the Balkans and Europe generally faces a threat of mass migration from people from Africa and the Middle East. We've already seen countries like Greece here in the Balkans face tremendous pressure and danger in terms of large migration refugee waves. And I think that this is simply going to increase in the future, specifically when it comes to so-called climate refugees. Looking at possible ways to hold on to Europe's border a bit more firmly than we are at the moment, I think is going to be a crucial element of keeping the stability of not just the Balkans but the continent as a whole. A second issue that I see coming from the south in terms of the stability of the Balkans is an ever existing sort of interest, let's call it, from countries like Saudi Arabia or Qatar in terms of investing in certain radical Islamic schools in the Balkans. Investing in certain regions in Bulgaria, for example, in my country, among the ethnic Turkish population, or in Bosnia, in Kosovo. If we do not find a way to tackle this issue, we're not going to have a stable region which holds on to its young people, because I don't think young people like to live in regions where there are sectarian conflicts and religious violence in any way or sense. So this is another issue we have to look at. A third issue coming from the south is an ever existing danger of a resurgence and ever expansionist tendencies of Turkey. An ever growing and powerful Turkey, close to 100 million people this century, is going to be definitely one of the powers that look on to expand their influence in the Balkans. And if we do not find a way to tackle growing Ankara influence, specifically when it comes to, again, my country, Bulgaria, but also Bosnia and Kosovo, we are posing a lot of dangers for the stability of this region. Quickly, if I may also go through the east and the west dangers that I see posing for our region. From the east, we have an ever increasing dependence on both Russian energy resources and, on the other hand, Chinese investments. Both of these are dangerous because both of them diminish our ability as a region to step on our own feet and once again not be dependent on someone else, specifically when it comes to someone who tries to quite often sow division in our region. If it comes to specifically Russia, I may give an example with the big division that's occurred now between Bulgaria and Northern Macedonia. I think it's a very fresh, very hot issue, the topic of Bulgarian veto on Macedonia. I think it's a very good example of a divided Balkans, a Balkans that can't really hold on to its young people if it can't hold on to its unity. And this is something that we all know quite well has been well received and even engineered in the Kremlin since the 1930s, since the 1934 Comintern resolution, for example, on Macedonia. Ever since then, the Kremlin and afterwards, and to some extent, Yugoslavia, were at the very heart of this division that we now see being ripped after it was sown between Bulgaria and Macedonia. So this is an issue that a threat we have to look on towards the east. And unlike most people, I think most young people, especially in the Balkans, who only perceive a threat coming from the east and the south, in terms of the things that I just mentioned, I also will venture as far as to say that there is also a threat for the stability of the region coming from the west. It's a different sort of threat. It isn't a threat either economic or geopolitical or military. It's more of a cultural, more of an ideological threat coming from the West, coming from more specifically Western universities, such as the ones that I went to, ones that I had the pleasure to go to and find out how a certain ideology, a certain cultural trend in the West, we can call postmodernist, highly progressive, is in a sense rotting at the very core of Western nations. Rotting at the very core of their ability to preserve their people from a sort of ethno-masochistic wave that I believe is particularly dangerous for the Balkans, because if it takes root in the Balkans, then we will not have to only deal with the economic issue which makes young people leave our countries, but also with the cultural one. When young people feel that they have little economic future in the Balkans, they can at least hold on to their countries out of some sort of a patriotic or cultural or familial identity and loyalty, such as myself, who came back from England. However, if we allow this highly ethno-masochistic, progressive, liberal, postmodern ideas that are holding on to the West to come and take root in the Balkans, young people generally in the Balkans will not only leave because they don't have the economic sort of perspectives in our countries, but also because they simply don't feel any connection to the roots and the identity and the ethnicity of our countries. So I think this is another major threat we have to look on to this time coming from the West as opposed to the East and the South. As long as we manage to tackle in one way or another all of these threats, I'm quite optimistic that the economic situation is going to improve to the point that it improved in Poland or Estonia, and our young people will simply stop leaving as much as they are at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. You gave a two-side overview. Threats on one side, but also optimistic experience from Poland that could be seen as an option for Balkan countries. Now I'd be happy to give the floor to Amir Verta, and I apologize for not pronouncing well probably none of the names of the speakers today, but I would like to ask to Amir, as the municipal councillor in Sarajevo, what role are local governments playing and what is needed to do more?
Thank you. I hope you hear me. And
yes.
I will thank you once more, the New Direction Foundation and the International Republican Institute for having me. And it's a great pleasure. When it comes to local politics, I'm actually now a former councillor at the Sarajevo Center Municipality. But I think that you cannot simply tackle youth and immigration issues just at the local level. Opposing to that, I actually think that a lot of things and policy solutions that you can do are actually done at the entity and at the state levels. Having that said, I surely think that when we argue about brain drain and about youth immigration and about the policy solutions, we of course firstly consult relevant statistics and relevant research. But the thing that I actually noticed, and I've been in politics for 10 years now, I was also a member of the presidency of a parliamentary party based here in Sarajevo. And I also had the opportunity to actually consult relevant state politics. And I noticed a shift from economical motives, causes, and reasons for youth immigration to the ones that I call political, actually, motives and reasons. They are associated to security, to stability, and I'd say to fairness of the society and societies in the Western Balkans. So actually, when you analyze the data, the countries that the Western Balkans youth immigrate to, they are not Russia or China or even Turkey, with all due respect to these countries. But firstly, they are Western liberal democracies. So when it comes to Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's certainly Slovenia, Austria, Germany, the UK, and even overseas in the United States and in Canada. So my main points actually are that the youth in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and of course in the region, I think that they only need and they want fair possibilities. They want a fair, unbiased chance to pursue their goals and to pursue their dreams. Every single youngster, I guarantee you, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, if you give them the right opportunity to go as far as they objectively can go, I think that they will gladly want to come back to Bosnia and Herzegovina and, of course, other Western Balkan countries. But this is only possible with the development of truly democratic societies, with strong democratic institutions in the Western Balkan countries. We need to provide the youth with security, with predictability, and consequently with justice. And when we prevail this, when we secure minimum criteria for the establishment of these three main components, I think that the outcome will be that we will obtain economic growth and prosperity that will eventually reduce, not of course immediately, but I think through decades now, will reduce the percentage of brain drain from the Western Balkan countries. But in my opinion, this is only possible with the full implementation of the rule of law in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but I think also in other Western Balkan countries, which will consequently imply their full NATO and EU membership. For I truly believe that the NATO and EU perspective of the region has no meaningful alternative. That's why I believe that you cannot separate the issues of brain drain and youth immigration from other general, vital, substantial political issues in the region. That proportionally successful policy solutions also cannot be addressed separately. So therefore, when it comes to Bosnia and Herzegovina, we certainly welcome the renewed increase of interest from our strategic partners and allies, that is the US and the European Union, their interest in the region. Especially, we welcome joint coordinated action from the US and the European Union for actual and positive changes in the region. Because I'm referring to Bosnia and Herzegovina, this action was certainly missing. It was absent. This joint coordinated action between the European Union and the US was absent for the last 10 years. And as a result of this absence, every year the percentage of brain drain has actually increased, as well as the accumulation of other vital political problems. Finally, we hope that this upcoming renewed joint action that we can witness these days, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina, will result with a new civic constitution in Bosnia and Herzegovina. That is now a big legal and a big political debate. I am myself a lawyer too, so I am really interested in this debate. And this new civic constitution will surely establish the circumstances for a peaceful, a normal, a secure, a stable, liberal democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina. That again, I think that we can all agree on that, implies a peaceful, secure, and prosperous region. I think that's enough for my opening remarks, and of course, I will be glad to answer questions or comments later on. Thank you once more.
Thank you very much, Amir. You gave a very interesting perspective, different, but we had mentioned it also at the beginning. Brain drain is not only due to lack of employment. You mentioned need for fair possibilities and the need to work on strong democratic institutions in order to bring to economic growth. Now we have finished our opening remarks, but we have only 10 minutes. Then I would ask you to just have 2 minutes final comment on the brain drain issue, either reacting to other speakers or as a final message that you would like to give as an important message from this panel. I would start from Stefan Andronov, please.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank everyone for pitching in, and it was very interesting to hear everyone's opinion. I think we can agree on many of the issues that we are facing, but also on the approaches. So I hope that in the future we will have a chance to discuss these issues further, build strategies together. Maybe in the post-COVID era, we will have meetings together, get-togethers, in which we can really delve into the details of all the issues that were mentioned today. And thank you again on the for organizing this event and for inviting me in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Milan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marta. Well, first of all, I think the way forward is somewhat clear. I think, first of all of our countries in the region need to get back the trust of the citizens, to see that the government and the institutions work for them, that the legal system is working, and that there is justice for everyone. We need to eradicate the corruption, and we need to find a way to fight the divides that are deep, both in Montenegro and throughout the region. Doing so, we will offer a better perspective to young people. Also, I would like to underline once again that regional cooperation through different kinds of proposals, such as mini Schengen or any others, is good and healthy for our economies and for our societies, and it will also help bridge those divides. Once again, EU and NATO integrations are a way forward, and they are a way for our region to become a part of a larger European family, and hopefully work together and face all these challenges together with a joint action. Thank you once again for having me.
Thank you, Milan. Thank you, Joela. The floor is yours for your final message.
Well, I just say that I think most of us here, if not all, come from countries which want to join the EU. But I just wanted to say that it shouldn't take, the promise of EU integration for us to resolve issues like corruption, judicial reforms, or media freedom, because fixing those issues will benefit our societies, regardless of the EU. So that's my closing remarks. I would also once again like to thank you for organizing this roundtable, and hope to meet you all in person.
Thank you very much, Joela. Milos, the floor is yours.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So just briefly, each of our country has our own challenges and obstacles, how to strengthen democratic institutions, how to tackle corruption, and how to build more effective public services. I would like to be optimistic and to sustain a focus on our common ground in the region, that is regional cooperation. We are a small region. We are focused on each other. We must economically cooperate. we cannot see it as a substitute for some, let's say, bigger economic relations and partners. But at the end of the day, we are here, and it's cooperation. It's crucial for creating stability and for creating economic prosperity, and that's one of the roots of a problem of brain drain. So that would be my conclusion. And again, thank you for inviting me. I really enjoyed in this discussion.
Thank you. And the floor now is to Christian.
I'm going to finish on a bit, perhaps on a down note, as opposed to the other panelists. I firmly believe we have to fight both corruption and a lack in the rule of law and not well-working institutions. But I don't believe, honestly, that either we have the time to reach places like, let's say, Scandinavia or Canada in terms of this, or that it is completely possible to actually completely eradicate corruption. I think they have it in basically every developed country. As I look at on the Balkans, I see a region culturally different from other regions in Europe. I see countries like Greece, which have had decades more time in the European Union, and still they didn't manage to either eradicate corruption or make their institutions work as well as they do in Germany or Holland. I think, honestly, this is more of a cultural issue, and I don't believe that in the Balkans we'll ever be living in countries which function as well as the country of Japan or South Korea or Canada. So on the other hand, I think it is more realistic to look on the strengths that we have exactly in terms of a different cultural region and try to emphasize on them so that we can somehow overcome this lack in other places like corruption and judicial law. I believe that these strengths can be found in patriotism. I think they can be found in nativism, in traditionalism, and I believe firmly that a less materialistic society that doesn't really fall for the trap of looking only upon the economic factors in a society, but a more conservative, more Christian, and more patriotic society can actually lose a lot less people than the alternative. If we emphasize as much on these things as we do on fighting corruption and the economic growth, I think we can find the equilibrium where we do not lose as many people as we do at the moment. Thank you once more for the invitation and for the participation in this forum. I'm looking forward to see you again.
Thank you very much for your substantial, though little negative final message. And now the final, the floor is finally to Amir for his final message.
Thank you. Well, I guess everything is really clear by now, as the speakers before me actually pointed out. But the thing is, this problem won't go away. I'm a bit pessimistic about it in general. I think it won't go away for 10, 20, or 30 years. You will always have a certain percentage of brain drain. We witness what's happening with Croatia. They are a full NATO member and also a full EU member, but they hadn't been able to just, mentioned to tackle this problem in a short time. But I think that the main message is that we must strengthen our democratic institutions in every of the Western Balkan countries, and always, for me, again, as I say, as a lawyer, the rule of law, the principle of the rule of law. When we strengthen those things in our Western Balkan countries, I think that many other issues will also be successfully resolved. So thank you once more, and I hope that I will have the opportunity to meet everybody in person when this pandemic passes, and I guess we will all beat it successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. I would like to thank you, actually, all of you, for providing your meaningful inputs. I think that the audience will bring back from this panel several messages, but the most important that I would like just to remind are the importance of regional cooperation, regional economic cooperation, but also the importance to invest and work on strong democratic institutions that can bring to the growth of the economy in the Balkan region. And I would like also to underline one of the other messages, which is the importance also to keep an eye on the EU integration process. With that, I have the honor to close our panel and to leave the floor to the next keynote speakers. Thank you very much to all of you.
Благодаря. Благодаря за работата по този панел. This is how we end our discussion on this panel. I will agree that the trend of brain drain is a loss for Eastern Europe, and it's good that for the countries which joined the EU first, before Bulgaria, are seeing a reverse of this trend. I hope that this becomes true for Bulgaria as well. More and more people to return to Bulgaria rather than emigrating because of the economic possibilities of Western Europe. Now I'd like to give the floor to our host, Angel Jambaski, to have final remarks on today's events. Thank you, Blago. Dear viewers and partners, like-minded people, I hope that you have heard a lot of opinions by now. If all aspects of the Western Balkans have been discussed, you heard ambassadors, representatives of NATO, we talked about radical Islam, about the youth. I hope that these discussions were informative and interesting for you. Debate will continue, and it will be of interest to our foreign partners to hear the Bulgarian position on the most important issue, the Bulgarian position on the enlargement of the EU, and mostly our relations with our brotherly, for us, but for the world, the Republic of North Macedonia. And we will hear from the person who, without any doubt, is best prepared and has had a most consistent policy with regard to this. This is the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense and Chair of VMRO, Mr. Karakachanov. Blago will present him. This is all from me. See you again next Saturday when we will talk about the security concerns on the Black Sea area, on the Balkans, the future of Europe after the pandemic, and the threats we will be facing in our region. There are quite a lot of them. It will be a very interesting discussion next Saturday. And now back to Vlado. Thank you, Mr. Jambaski, for this wonderful concluding remarks summarizing our panel. The person who will sit next to me was very well presented by Mr. Jambaski, who has turned the Macedonian cause into a cause of his life, including political life, and without any doubt, he's the greatest capacity on this topic. Minister, despite the fact that today we are dedicating our forum on the Western Balkans, I'm a Bulgarian and there is no Bulgarian heart which does not tremble when we hear Macedonia. So I cannot but start with this question. It seems like the Bulgarian position sometimes is not understood. Is it a problem with us? Because we cannot explain to our partners why we impose this veto, why this is important for us, and rather to block other interests. The topic about Macedonia has to do with the topic of Western Balkans. The Western Balkans, for more than 100 years, have been called a barrel of able to be exploded on the gunpowder. They were the reason for numerous wars, even in the 18th century, led from the Austro-Hungarian Empire against Turkey. Then in the 18th century, led by Russia, because it wanted to impose its influence on Bulgaria. The Western Balkans were the place where the First World War erupted, and then the Second World War, and again here after 1941, Dusan Simovic. So it's a powder barrel, powder keg. So we know why our Western Balkans don't understand it, but we should say something honestly. The problems of the Balkans exist because the huge European countries don't understand our problems. Even in the 18th and 19th centuries, from the middle to the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, they don't understand the problems of the Balkans. And they imposed some models on the Balkans which reflected the understanding of politicians in the beginning of 20th century in Berlin, London or Moscow. But these political solutions which were sought in Europe for the Balkans did not reflect the desire, the feelings, and the interests of the population and the nations on the Balkans. Because we're speaking about Macedonia, the Macedonian issue arose at the end of the 19th century in 1878 on a European forum called the Berlin Congress. At this Berlin Congress, the powers of the time, Great Britain, Austro-Hungary, Italy, Germany, Russia, fighting among one another to have more influence of the rest of the Ottoman Empire. They considered their interest. Option one, Bulgaria of San Stefano Treaty. What would happen to their interests and what would happen to the Near East, which was part of the Ottoman Empire. At the same forum with the European elite, nobody was interested what that close to 2 million Christians were thinking about, or living in the territory of Macedonia and Odrin Thrace, which were brought back to the Turkish power. The Brits had an interest that a huge Bulgaria on two seas, on the Black Sea and Aegean, would be under Russian influence. This didn't meet with the British interest. Russia, however, considered its interest in the following way: if there wouldn't be a huge San Stefano Bulgaria with influence, then it would be better to split it in several parts, just like the Slavic East Orthodox country will be able to influence them. Austro-Hungarians thought that if there is a huge Bulgaria, it would put a stop in a natural way to the way of Austro-Hungarian political and economic interest towards Thessaloniki. At that time, when Berlin process split Bulgaria in two, Austro-Hungary occupied Bosnia and Herzegovina, and until the end of the First World War, they were part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and there was exposure to the Adriatic. So, if we talk about interests, we see how things stand. If you look at the documents of the time, the European elite was speaking about the rights of the people, about peace, eternal peace, stability, permanent peace. Nice words, but the powder keg was set alight by the Berlin process. Nobody in London, Berlin, Vienna, Petersburg were interested what these 2 million Christians wanted, who were brought back to the power of to be under the Ottomans. 1.4 million of them were ethnic Bulgarians in Macedonia, in Thrace, and the second largest group were Greeks. There were Christian Albanians. In Kosovo there were Serbs. They were from the Vlachia region, but nobody was interested in their rights and interests. Your question is very interesting. It's interesting for the Bulgarian politicians if they give the right answer why the Bulgarian position is currently not understood. If we take a real look, it wasn't understood in the beginning of the 20th century as well, because the Bulgarian position and Bulgarian politicians had the wrong understanding that if your cause is just, it's not necessary to invest in presence in the public sphere or to lobby, so to say, so that your partners today in NATO and the EU understand you. And unfortunately, many of the Bulgarian politicians continue to think that the word lobbying is something ugly. Take a look at what happened in the 20th century, in the early 20th century, when several intellectuals, Bulgarian intellectuals living in Geneva or in Paris, ordered the Bulgarian government to invest more in public opinion of these European countries. Then the Bulgarian Prime Minister Radoslavov said, I don't need to do it. It's a just cause. I don't need to pay to popularize it. However, it turned out not to be true, because yes, our cause was just. The main ethnic element in Macedonian Thrace, fighting against the Ottoman Empire for their elementary human rights, for the right to be able to study their mother tongue freely, to have schools, to have an opportunity to form associations, political associations, through the mechanisms of the political life to defend the interests of the Bulgarian population. This was the cause that the Bulgarian population fought there, using different forms of fight. But at the same time, the official Turkish power, some of the neighboring countries, invested very well in the public opinion, forming it. And unfortunately, they managed to impose, although for a while, their thesis. Now we're witnessing the same. For many years, the Bulgarian governments, not only the current one, but the governments before ours, considered that the Macedonian issue had to be resolved in a good neighborly way, that we would have to come to an agreement without bringing our disagreement before the European partners. These former Bulgarian governments thought that it would be best to have this resolved in a dialogue between Bulgarians, between Sofia and Skopje, to develop the cultural development, economic development, infrastructure between the two countries. And in this way, we would resolve the issue without engaging the attention of more influential or more economically strong partner as an arbiter. But the colleagues from Skopje invested in manipulating the European public opinion. I speak freely, openly, because this is the truth. Ultimately, unfortunately, the European society as a whole, our civilization, has reached to a point at which it is forming its opinion not on the basis of what it learns by its own means, by reading books, browsing online, but what it sees in the media. And this is the role of the media, to inform the public opinion and consciousness. But for this reason, the position of Bulgaria wasn't to have a veto. I wouldn't call it imposing a veto. It is, we haven't imposed a veto on Macedonia, on the Republic of North Macedonia. We are just delaying the first intergovernmental conference for the beginning of the negotiations with the Republic of North Macedonia. Why? There are many reasons for this. The first one is that our friends, their elite from the Republic of North Macedonia, engaged lobbyists and believed in the power of lobbyism in the European institutions, that it believed that Bulgaria would be pressurized, would be forced by the bigger states, in this concrete case by the German presidency, to agree not to create obstacles, but to agree to the beginning of negotiations. However, what was the problem? Not in this idea, but they thought that they could sign agreements without adhering to them. Bulgaria in 1991 was the first country to recognize the independence of the Republic of North Macedonia. For these 30 years, Bulgaria has always helped Macedonia. It was the first country to recognize Macedonia as an independent state. Several other countries, thanks to diplomatic efforts of Bulgaria, recognized Bulgaria as well. Afterwards, there was the Greek economic embargo on Macedonia because of the flag that the new country chose, a symbol which was stealing of Greek history. This is truth. The Greeks then imposed an economic embargo. They didn't think twice, unlike the Bulgarian politicians. Then Bulgaria assisted with $10 million in '92. Then we helped with military equipment, and many other gestures were made on our part. Unfortunately, the political elite in Macedonia is built in a very strange way. It doesn't have to do with the genesis of the political elite in Bulgaria, Greece, or other Eastern European countries. It's a political elite which was artificially created after 1944. Why artificially created? Because the true elite of the Macedonian society of the time, after the Second World War, was literally physically annihilated and politically eliminated. Why? Because the political elite of Macedonia, these are the intellectuals, writers, journalists, people with higher education who have graduated in Yugoslavia and in Europe, they were with Bulgarian national self-identification. They maintained the Bulgarian identity in one form or another. They thought they liked the idea about uniting Macedonia with Bulgaria. The bigger part were for Macedonia to be an independent state on the Balkans, or if this wasn't possible, to be a part of a Balkan confederation together with Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece, Albania, in which Bulgarians in Macedonia would solve their issues. The third group were pro-Yugoslav with left political thinking. They thought that the future of Macedonia could continue with the new communist Yugoslavia, but they also had a Bulgarian mentality. This category was annihilated physically. Macedonia in 1948 adopted an act which was unseen for me as a historian, Act for Defense of Macedonian Name, Dignity. Under this act, if somebody said he was Bulgarian and not ethnic Macedonia, faced prison up to 3 years. Under this logic, even before 1946-47, after communist Tito Yugoslavia, in the first months, hundreds of thousands of people were killed. This was the elite, the directors of banks, principals of schools, the head of the radio, and many other intellectuals with European education. They were guilty only because they had Bulgarian national identity and they countered the Yugoslav Soviet ideology for Macedonians being a separate Macedonian nation. This is the issue. So one natural elite was created for tens of years, was eliminated physically or forced to emigrate. Some of them emigrated to Bulgaria, others to the US, Canada as immigrants. And there was new elite by people checked by the Communist Party without the necessary intelligence and education level, but they had a huge advantage. They were true to the communist idea and to Yugoslavia. These people imposed the Soviet ideology, because this is a Soviet ideology. The Macedonianism was created in 1934 by an official letter of Comintern in Moscow, and it was imposed by Comintern in Moscow, by Stalin. It was imposed as a doctrine of all communist parties on the Balkans. And after 1944, after the end of the Second World War in communist countries, this continues to be an official doctrine. And this doctrine imposed was imposed by Tito with the violence, having camps, repressions, elimination, and so on. So the elite in Macedonia has been developing for 60 years, and it comes from this doctrine. Let me give you one example. The other day, the Macedonian, the Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia, Zaev, and he makes efforts, by the way, but he lacks sufficient support by his political backers and the elite from his party. He mentioned that the delay of the Macedonian accession to the EU concerns all nationalities in Macedonia, and he mentioned Macedonians, Serbians, Croatians, Albanians from Vlachia, and Bosniaks. But he missed to say one nationality which historically has been existing in Macedonia, and these are the Bulgarians, or 120,000 citizens of the Republic of North Macedonia are Bulgarian citizens because nationals because they call themselves Bulgarian, and they have self-determined as such. But he missed to say this. The problem is that the Macedonian political elite consider that it could accede to the NATO and the EU without correcting its Belgrade and Moscovian policy against Bulgaria. And what is the issue? The issue is not that a new identity was imposed on a part of the population, but that this new identity was imposed by falsifying Bulgarian history.
By stealing Bulgarian history, and what is worse, because stealing histories, disputes over heroes from the distant or not so distant past has always been the case among many countries. But the stealing of Bulgarian history, the falsifying of Bulgarian history, is not only used to create a new Macedonian identity, but also to instill hatred against Bulgarians, the Bulgarian people, and Bulgaria as a country. For example, European politicians, those politicians, if without going into much depth, saying that delaying negotiations with Macedonia creates threats for the security. If they open textbooks, Macedonian textbooks, they will see that the Bulgarians are defined as a Turkish Tatarian tribe. We are called fascists, murderers. They will not find anything good about Bulgarians, and this relates not only to Bulgarians in Bulgaria, but also those Bulgarians who live now in the Republic of North Macedonia. They're not treated as people. They're denied the right to call themselves Bulgarians. I will give you another example. A high-level official at the Ministry of Defense in North Macedonia, he called upon the Macedonian government to expel from the territory of North Macedonia, to expel all those citizens who determine themselves as Bulgarians, to expel them to Bulgaria. And if were those politicians that, because of not understanding the issue, call for more tolerance on behalf of Bulgaria, because this blockage is a problem for the future European security, if they look at the publications over the past 3 months in the Macedonian media, private and public, that are full of hatred against Bulgaria and Bulgarian nation, they will understand that what is at stake and what is the issue here is not Bulgaria's position that did not impose a veto, but just did not agree on the conference, the first conference for the negotiations, to launch the negotiations. And if because in 5 or 6 years, if this rhetoric persists, and this rhetoric, Macedonian rhetoric, is actually not only against Bulgaria, but also against Greece. And if this country joins the European Union in this, as it is now, it will create an issue not only for Bulgaria, but also for the whole of the European Union. We just want the treaties to be implemented, to be complied with. In 2017, we signed a treaty with for good neighborly relations with North Macedonia, and we have explained what we want done. Well, it's obvious that a candidate country cannot join the European Union unless it settles all its disputes with other countries. There was a treaty with Bulgaria. They signed a treaty with Greece, and if all the provisions as regards the treaty with Greece, if all the provisions have been complied with, the provisions in the Bulgarian Macedonian treaty have not been complied with at all. And the government in Skopje looks at the Bulgarian position not as a noble or generous position, but as a weakness. Maybe because they think that we can sign international treaties and not comply with it. But I, as a doctor of international law, can tell you that treaties are signed to be complied with, not to be violated. So also probably the North Macedonia decided that since they are allocating resources for lobbying, they can fail to comply with the treaty with Bulgaria. But I think they have now time to rethink their position. And mind you that we said that we do not agree that on the date of the first intergovernmental conference, but we have always reiterated that to us the enlargement of the EU, of NATO, with the territory of Western Balkans is important, but this cannot be at the expense of the Bulgarian national interests, in no way. And if someone thinks that they can overlook Bulgarian national interests, interests of a member state, in the name or the stubbornness of a candidate country, well, they are wrong. They are totally wrong. This is the problem. Well, I will reiterate, we do not deny the right of the citizens of Republic of North Macedonia to choose their own identity. We don't mind that. Doesn't matter what historical facts they select, they have the right to determine themselves as they wish and call their language in the way they wish, but this cannot happen at the expense of appropriating Bulgarian history and at the expense of denying the rights of those Macedonian citizens that call themselves Bulgarians and they live in Macedonia. This is not European. And since it's not European, I don't see why some European politicians do not see this. And they've been very active in the past weeks and have been trying to convince Bulgaria to close its eyes. But I think that if a candidate country wants indeed to be a member of the European Union, it has to follow the rules and not count on somebody else to do the job for them. And I will give you another example why the colleagues from North Macedonia do not have an intention to sign to comply with the contract for the treaty from 2017. First, the committee, the committee between Bulgaria and North Macedonia, working on the historical issues, they practically don't work. And also the corridors that connect the Black Sea and the Adriatic Sea, which is to the benefit, this project is to the benefit of at least 4 countries. This project is not being implemented. It's a transport corridor, but it's not being implemented because North Macedonia calls this project Bulgarian project. But it's important for Bulgaria, for North Macedonia, for Albania. And another thing, in 2017, we signed an agreement with North Macedonia on cooperation in defense and security. Once North Macedonia became a member of NATO, they stopped making any initiatives to move on with this agreement. This is very revealing. Those treaties that were signed for good neighborly relations, the other treaties, well, they probably wanted just to convince Bulgaria that everything will be done. But throughout this period, they have done nothing. And therefore, they cannot expect that the Bulgarian country will ignore its interest. We cannot agree with a candidate country making claims for minorities here in Bulgaria. And also, another thing, the educational system should be changed. They should do away with the hate speech against Bulgarian, this anti-Bulgarian education. This is all we want. But I hope that politicians have overcome this wrongful understanding and interpretation. They thought for a long time that we would be able to solve our conflicts, our disputes between ourselves. But it turned out that they lobbied, North Macedonia lobbied before Europe to explain their own position and gain their support. Probably this is one of the features of Macedonian diplomacy that we saw in Sofia when we had Vlado Bukovsky coming to Sofia talking about brotherhood, about good neighborly relations. At the same time, Prime Minister Zaev said that nobody wants to steal from Bulgarian history. And, but let me say something about the opposition in North Macedonia. When you look at their statements, you would say that it's not North Macedonia that is a candidate country for the European Union, but it's the other way around. Bulgaria is a candidate country. It's not just the opposition. If you follow the Macedonian media and you don't know about things very much, probably you would say, I'm wrong. I don't know who's the candidate country. Which is the candidate country, North Macedonia or Bulgaria? Because the rhetoric from Skopje, including from political figures, members of parliament, high-level officials, the public administration, the public media, what we've been hearing, criticisms on what Bulgaria cannot do, is not able to do, and nobody's saying, well, maybe we are wrong. Let us see why Bulgaria is putting on the table the same issues time and time again, and they haven't been settled. But this is a very bad trend, but it's a fact. Otherwise, Mr. Budkovsky, he's much more European politician. I know what his political arguments are. He is the author of many articles published in journals, and his arguments are in favor of finding the common ground between the countries, and not what what some other people were trying to, not trying to find the divides. And I think Mr. Boczkowski is focused on the common ground, but it's difficult because the Macedonian society has been indoctrinated for 60 years with anti-Bulgarian arguments, and it's based on hatred against the neighbors. Now they remember about their good relations with Yugoslavia, but until a year ago they argued with Serbia over a monastery that Serbia has territorial claims to. Until a year ago they had arguments with Albania, and also they had a conflict with Greece, which is similar to the one with Bulgaria, the claims over minorities and stealing of theft of identity. So they're not self-critical at all. They throw the blame on others, and they also think that they're the center of the world, and it's like they almost think that the people in Brussels, in Berlin, and other places around the world, people only think about them. They fail to understand that in the European Union, the member states of the European Union are equal, and they have equal responsibilities. So if you violate the interests of one member state, you cannot get the approval of the other member states. And I think this is a simple principle they have to adhere to. But I'm an optimist, not a big optimist, however, but I think that what happened just helped them realize that they have to make efforts to achieve things. You cannot use the ideology of the Comintern and the Yugoslavian anti-Bulgarian rhetoric. With that, they cannot become members of a new community. Maybe many of the Macedonian politicians have not understood yet that the mechanisms of the European Union are not the mechanisms of the Soviet Union, when you have a Secretary General in Kremlin, and when communist countries have a communist country has some problems, they go to this the Secretary General, and he will solve the issue. But unfortunately, Macedonian politicians have not understood this yet. Well, we cannot blame them for that, of course, because a large part of this elite is created artificially based on denial and hatred, not based on constructivism and positivism. It will take time. I hope not too much, because the disputes between Macedonia and Greece took 28 years, and they were wasted for Macedonia. And it would be a mistake if they think they can implement the same policy and still hold up. But this will be a mistake in the eyes of the Macedonian citizens, that can see better economic prospect, better civilization prospect if they join the European Union. I hope that the experience with Greece, this 28 years that were wasted, and now with Bulgaria, the experience of Bulgaria will serve as a catalyst to start thinking and find a compromise, because we don't want to dominate as a stronger country from a military and economic perspective. No, we speak the same language. Maybe our Western friends have noticed that when we have meetings with delegations from North Macedonia, we don't speak English or French or German. We speak the same language. Well, whether we call it Bulgarian or Macedonian, I don't want to argue. Well, to me, it's about the Bulgarian language, but we speak. It doesn't matter what we call it, but it's the same language. And what is happening on the part of Skopje is unexplainable to me. Who will benefit from this? It's obvious who will lose. Well, that's the citizens, the population of North Macedonia. And who benefits? Well, those factors that over the past 200 years have tried to create more problems for the Balkans and not to solve the problems. But I hope that Skopje will realize this, and maybe now during the holidays, when we as good Christians, we will be alone with our families, we will have time to think, to rethink, and I wish to our brothers, our Macedonian colleagues, to think about that and find the right way. They call it European pathway. I will also call it European pathway, but they should think about other criteria for relations between neighbors, and not they should adopt those criteria and not the criteria that have been imposed by Tito for 45 years. And one last question, and I'd like to bring you back to Bulgaria. The patriotic argument of Macedonia and about Macedonia for any Bulgarian citizen should be one. It should be not partisan, because there are issues that do not belong to any party. And we have been noticing in Bulgaria some circles that are attacking the Bulgarian position, and they're used skillfully in the Republic of North Macedonia, and their arguments are now leading to the conclusion that, yes, let's wait for the elections in Bulgaria, and then we'll negotiate with the new Bulgarian government.
It is true that some of the politicians in the Republic of North Macedonia think that after March it is possible to change the political situation and for a new government to come. This is possible, but they are making a mistake if they hope that a new government formed by other political parties would make such a compromise. Why? Bulgaria, unfortunately, is known with the fact that politicians don't talk to each other. There is no topic on which the opposition and the ruling party to be on a similar opinion. There is no topic uniting society around the same opinion at 90%. Even if we take the pandemic, look at the sociology in Bulgaria. 30% of Bulgarian citizens don't believe there is such a pandemic. They think this is a conspiration, that somebody is going to chip them, that NATO is infecting the people of the world with airplanes. But there is another issue on which all politicians are united, and this is a topic about Macedonia, and this is natural. From a 7 million population, at least 2 million have their origin in Macedonia. Their fathers, grandfathers, grandmothers have emigrated during the Ottoman yoke, and then during the Tito Yugoslavia they emigrated, feeling themselves to be Bulgarian. These people are in different political formations now. Sociology shows that 84% of Bulgarians consider that North Macedonia should stop with the language of hatred, and that it should stop the theft of national history and identity. 84% think that the Bulgarian government shouldn't step back. This is 84% of citizens. Only 6-7% of the population want Bulgaria to support without any reserves Macedonia. 6% have no opinion on the topic. There is no topic, including COVID-19, the economic crisis surrounding the pandemic, the measures with so much solidarity as the topic for North Macedonia. By the way, you mentioned Mr. Buchkovsky. He was in Sofia for 3 days. He met me and the Foreign Minister Zakhareva. He met the Prime Minister Borisov. He met the President Radev, the former President Plevneliev. He met with the opposition, and he heard the same thing. For the first time since the Bulgarian Socialist Party is in opposition, they said one thing categorically, and the president, who normally is in opposition to Bulgarian government, and the Bulgarian Socialist Party and the Bulgarian president stated clearly in public that when we speak about Macedonia, they support the Bulgarian governmental position. So it would be a mistake if the colleagues from Macedonia think that if there is a change in the political situation, one party would make steps back. They would be disappointed. I would advise them not to lose time. As regards one group of society, Bulgaria is a democratic society, whether we like it or not. There are people who think in a different way. There is a small group, 6% of society, who think that Bulgaria should unreservedly support Macedonia, because if the Republic of North Macedonia doesn't enter the EU, it will be occupied by Serbia or Russia. This is a theory which the politicians in the Republic of North Macedonia are spreading in the EU and NATO, that if they don't become EU member, the Serbian and Russian influence would increase. This is a lie. I will tell you why. Because North Macedonia is an official NATO member. How can Serbia or Russia attack a NATO member state? This is impossible. Secondly, it's impossible from another viewpoint as well, because this policy of Skopje is the policy of Russia, divide and rule, from the past. This is the old Yugoslavian policy from the time of Tito, and the policy of the USSR, divide and rule, division between brotherly countries so that they could have an occasion to get involved and solve their issues. So this is a false thesis. North Macedonia is a NATO member state. How can it be threatened? The EU has no army. The EU's member states and those which are not members of NATO have a guarantee for their territorial integrity from the NATO structures. This is now. The European security system hasn't been built so far to be able to replace NATO, and I'm not sure it is necessary to have a doubling parallel military structure, and this is a different topic. This is a topic which means that in Bulgaria we have pluralism. This is something normal. Of course, I disagree, and I say this officially, because firstly, I believe that Bulgaria should defend its dignity and interests. The Republic of North Macedonia, which has for 30 years only seen support and help from Bulgaria, cannot have such a negative behavior and policy towards us. Before we have clear indications that Skopje in the future, when it becomes an EU member state, won't have any minority claims, we cannot let this happen. We cannot let this happen without the guarantees. This is good for Bulgaria and the EU as a whole, because the EU has serious internal issues with traditional family, radical Islam, the claims of certain circles for the traditional family to be changed with something else, the topic of traditional Christian values. These are serious topics, and there are different degrees of understanding in the EU. The EU doesn't need another problem created on the Balkans once again, and the Europeans themselves called the powder keg. This is the logic. In order to finish the topic of the Western Balkans, let me start by where you finished. For a long time, the Balkans and the Western Balkans were described as a powder keg of Europe. After the wars and after the breakdown of Yugoslavia, aren't they a blind spot? Doesn't it interfere with the right links between East and Western Europe? Often, the 6 countries of the Western Balkans are taken as a whole, and they have different problems. They have different problems. Even in the former Yugoslav republics, there are a lot of unresolved issues. Just like at the end of the 19th century, the powers of the time found solutions which weren't good for the Balkans. After the breakdown of the Ottoman Empire, the solutions found at the end of the 20th century and imposed for the former Yugoslav republics were also the solutions which weren't thought of the best way. Take, for example, Bosnia and Herzegovina. In practice, with its constitution, which was imposed from external powers in the name of a balance, it is blocking itself. No solution can be taken, no decision can be taken today if the Republic of Serbia blocks it with a veto. The Serbs there have rights equal to those of the Muslims. But the third one, Croats, have a strange status because they don't have this federal status like the Serbs and Bosniaks have. It wasn't well thought of. Kosovo is a country without the right to have its own army. I'm sorry, but one of the main attributes of being a country are having an army and armed forces. Why did we need these half compromises? Unclarified minority issues, unclarified territorial problems in the former Yugoslavia, resolved on a piecemeal basis. Serbia, Croatia problems, Kosovo problems. Unfortunately, very often it happens in the history of Europe that the countries with the decisive role in the end of 19th and the end of 20th century didn't take the wisest decisions. Now we're commenting on what you posed as a question. The most dangerous places on the Balkans, but it's a fact that in some regions in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Kosovo, it's possible to have the following. Radical Islam is settling there, and this is seen in Europe, and this is commented in different reports concerning the security or terrorism. People who have participated in the wars, locals from Kosovo or Bosnia and Herzegovina or from North Macedonia who have participated in the wars in Iraq and Syria on the part of Islamic State have returned. There are different numbers. I don't want to mention them because I want to be accurate, but we're speaking of tens or thousands or hundreds of people, but they are in the political life of these regions. And in a certain situation and given a suitable funding from third countries, these factors could detonate the powder keg once again. But the explosion will threaten Europe as a whole, not only the Balkans, including external factors with interests from the Middle East, and there are other factors. There are certain countries which don't have an interest for the Balkans to become a modern way of living. European politicians maybe also think the same way, whether they are left, right, liberals, right wings, that the Balkans should be different, with different living standards, value systems, legal norms, but unfortunately they don't do anything apart from conferences and declarations. Things don't change with declarations and conferences, even if formally you pour money in different programs, because for me the huge issue on the Balkans and what could detonate the stability on the Balkans and Europe are two things. Firstly, radical Islam, which is not only present but on the increase on the Balkans, generated by funds from third countries, and the attempts of the Russian Federation not to lose its influence on the Balkans, because ultimately Russia thinks that the Balkan region is among the regions where the Russian Federation needs to retain its interest. They invest in ideology, but in political projects, in NGOs. So we shouldn't underestimate them. But Europe is not united in the way it works on the Balkans. Sometimes, unfortunately, more often, problems are resolved on a piecemeal way. Probably there should be another forum to resolve all the issues on the Balkans. This is ideological, but there are so many issues on the Balkans, so many even religious conflicts, not only in Yugoslavia, but the different nations on the Balkans, that similar moves, even if we take the argument between Sofia and Skopje to impose a solution on the other party by power, these are counterproductive. So we should analyze these issues more analytically.
So, briefly, the European policy towards the Western Balkans should be decisive, assertive, without compromise, at the same time fair and not according to the private interests of one member state or another. Minister, thank you for your participation. Your expertise is of great value, and I'm sure that I hope that we have managed to reach out to more people to present Bulgaria's position, so that more people understand it. We'll continue discussing this topic, and I hope that when we get together, the pandemic will be over, so that we can meet panelists, stakeholders, and everybody else. And this is the end of our conference. Dear participants, panelists, viewers, thank you for your active participation, your patience, and I'd like to wish you happy Christmas. Let the light of the birth of Jesus come upon you, and I'll see you again. Can I say something? I wish that the conference that you're going to organize next year, I hope there will be one more chair here in the studio for a participants from North Macedonia, so that we can discuss not the problems but how we have solved the problems. And as also would like to wish everyone happy Christian holidays because Europe was built based on the Christian values, and Christmas and Easter are a good occasion to think back about this, because European countries were strong when they had a strong value system, but this value system did not come from the moon or Russia or from the writings of Karl Marx or Lenin. The European civilization and concept of democracy as we understand them today and before the debates over the past 20 years, well, the main values were the values of the Christian civilization. So happy holidays. I hope we'll be better people, better patriots, better citizens next year. Thank you for your participation, Minister. Thank you.